2019, the Albany Capitol Center welcomed more than 2,500 gamers and gaming fans for the first ever HV GamerCon for a two-day weekend tourney and panel discussions that had also included College Expo. With COVID-19, we had to switch gears just a bit, offering a two-day virtual tournament now with virtual panel discussions. We begin this morning with our very first, the boom of gaming studios in the Capital Region, what careers are available, and how to set yourself up for a career in gaming. I welcome our panelists. I'm going to introduce them briefly. We have Elliot Haas of WB Games, Clark Foley, PUBG, Kartik Bela of Velen Studios, Kalel Pryor, First Playable Productions, Jamie Stevenson, jamiestevenson.com, Shannon Johnson, Vicarious Visions. I would like to begin the discussion with giving you an opportunity, a couple of minutes each, to basically give yourself an overview of who you are, how you got involved in gaming to begin with, and the gaming industry, and a little bit about the company that you represent. We'll begin with Elliot.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Pleasure to be here. Super awesome to be part of GamerCon. So my name is Elliot Haas. I'm the executive producer at WB Games New York. We are the central online services tech team for all of WB Games. So we focus in on pretty much all of the online features across all of our WB games, right? Things from as simple as player storage for stats to as complicated as user-generated content, mods, game patching, in-game economies. We pretty much have a really awesome toolbox of online game features that all the games within WB Games can benefit from, an umbrella, and we build that right in Troy, New York. So that's very awesome and excited to be here on behalf of WB Games New York. For me personally, I've been in the games industry now for close to 14 years. Actually, this is my 13th year with WB Games and Agora Games, the old name that you guys may remember before we were purchased by WB Games. And I got my start, actually, I'm a television and radio guy. So I actually went to school for television and radio and actually worked over at News Channel 13 WNYT for 2 years as a videographer and as a producer over there. But when I got out of college, I wanted to do something with video in video games or basketball. Those are the two things I wanted to do. And when I was like, all right, this thing at News Channel 13 is not working, I started looking for job postings pretty much in those two things. And I caught a game opportunity at a little company called Agora Games doing community management on websites for Tony Hawk's DS titles. And that's how I sort of got, and that's why, Kartik, I had to look over you, man, because again, we were doing some really early work with Vicarious Visions at a company called Agora Games. It was a tiny little company. We built little online services, and that has grown over the past 13 years into what we now call WB Games New York. So yeah, that's just a little bit of intro to myself. Great to be here this morning.
It's great to hear, Elliot, about your transition in careers, and I think that's really important to note. Just to let people know that you can make that change and not to be afraid of it. Clark, I'm going to turn that over to you. Same thing. Give us a little overview about who you are and PUBG.
Sure. My name's Clark Foley. It's a pleasure to be here. I was super thankful to be asked to join this panel with some other amazing people in the industry working locally. So I've been working at PUBG Mad Glory for about 7.5 years now. We originally started in 2013, 2012 as a consulting company working for multiple video game companies. Our first clients were Riot Games working on League of Legends. We also worked for Warner Brothers building some web properties. We worked with Psyonix on Rocket League, and we basically would help augment development teams at other companies. We worked on one project in the end of 2017 for a game that had just come out called PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, and it was growing really quickly. So they needed additional resources to help them scale the game up and build some features for it. That project went so well that PUBG did acquire Mad Glory. So our new studio name is PUBG Mad Glory. So I got my start in gaming about 10 years ago. I also got my first opportunity at Agora Games in Troy. I started when there was a middle period there when Agora was actually purchased by Major League Gaming, and we used to run esports tournaments, or pro circuits, we would call them, before Twitch TV even was Twitch. It had just started as Justin TV, so all of you watching on Twitch, we were doing some esports streaming before that was available, and it was very difficult using some old technologies and satellite trucks. So it was very interesting to see how fast esports and streaming technology has changed in the last 10 years. But at PUBG Mad Boy right now, I focus on operations for hiring, HR, studio management, and day-to-day operations. So happy to be here, and thanks for having me.
Clark, thank you so much for that. Kartik, your name is widely known here in the Capital Region. If you will, give us an overview because you've had such a storied career in the gaming industry, gaming development. I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks so much. Oh, it's a real pleasure to be here this morning. My name is Kartik Bala, and I'm CEO of Valence Studios in Troy. Actually, our office is across the hall from WB. A lot of action in Troy. My brother Guha and I started Valence Studios in 2016. We're an independent studio, and we actually just announced last Thursday our first project in partnership with Nintendo, Mario Kart Live Home Circuit. It is a completely new kind of crazy experience, mixed reality racing, we call it. It's going to be launching in October. We're really excited about that as our debut title for the studio. And we're also working on an original IP that is a new kind of competitive online game that will be published by the EA Originals label with Electronic Arts. So pretty busy, right now as the studio is growing. And prior to Valence Studios, my brother and I were founders of Vicarious Visions, and we ran Vicarious Visions for 25 years. We started the studio when we were in high school. I was 15 and my brother was 14, working out of our parents' basement, and grew the studio, here in Troy and Albany, and ran the studio for 25 years. Worked on some pretty great games over the years, and awesome collaborations with various folks in the community, and growing the overall gaming hub here in the Capital Region. So it's been awesome. It's been nearly 30 years making games, and enjoying every minute of it.
Thanks, Kartik. Next up is Colel from First Playable Productions.
Hey, yeah, happy to be here as well. For myself, I've been working in games, I guess, since I came back to the area from college. That was around 2016. It started out personal project type stuff, and then I was with an indie team, Catapult Games, still going. Check them out. And yeah, most recently found myself at First Playable Productions. It's been probably like a year and a half now with the team. And as for First Playable, they started in a local, like an incubator through RPI, and then ended up kind of planting roots in downtown Troy. So it's cool to see all these things grow together and intermingle and stuff. The projects we work on are skewing toward like serious games, like social impact, stuff like that. But there's also plenty of kind of entertainment titles with various licensed properties, stuff like that.
Jamie Stevenson, up next, co-founder and interim executive director of Tech Valley Game Space, jamiestevenson.com. If you will, give us a little overview of who you are and what you do.
Sure thing. Thanks for having me. By the way, please don't go to jamiestevenson.com. I haven't updated that in years and years. But go to techvalleygamespace.com. That one's been updated a little more recently. Thanks again. As mentioned, I'm the co-founder and interim executive director of Tech Valley Game Space. Tech Valley Game Space is an inclusive community and co-working space for independent game developers. We're located in Troy, and we sort of collectively, with some independent game developers in the area, run a 501c3 nonprofit that's working to build a more vibrant game development community, particularly for independent and aspiring game developers in the region. And I'm also an independent game developer in my own right. So I have my own little studio called Spoony Bird, which we make kind of flighty experiments in bite-sized portions is how we like to say it. So not like massive AAA epic scope games, but things that are a little more modest in scope, but that we're quite enthusiastic about. And yeah, prior to all of that, I'm a 15-year game industry veteran, game designer and programmer. Mostly worked for studios in the UK. So worked as a designer for Google DeepMind, Tag Games, Hope Lab, and worked as an AI programmer for Real Time Worlds, and got my start in the capital region at First Playable Productions back in the day. So yeah, that's me.
All right, Jamie, thank you. Tech Valley Game Space. Up next, Shannon Johnson. She is the Quality Assurance Project Lead of Vicarious Vision. Shannon.
Thanks. Actually, I'm the QA manager of Quality Assurance, but no worries. Yeah, I started in games in 2013, actually. So it's not quite as long as the rest of the folks on this panel. Still maybe the baby of game developers, but I actually have a background in the medical field. So games were never my intention. When I started as a QA tester at Vicarious Visions on Skylander SWAT Force along with Kardik. So shout out to Kardik. It took a little while for me to get to my current position, but you know, the uphill challenge was just great, and I fell in love with the industry. So I never looked back at that medical field. To talk a little bit about Vicarious, as Kartik said, we've been around for 30 years. Had a very varied history. Some of our notable games recently are Crash Bandicoot, the remaster. We've worked with Bungie on Destiny. And then most notably recently, we released the Tony Hawk Pro Skater remaster. Not sure what else to say. Vicarious Visions is such a, I think, a staple in the community. You know, our company is very culturally diverse. We're always looking for new talent to add to our company and help make the next great game.
Thank you, Shannon, for that. I would love to open up the discussion now. We appreciate your introductions, but we want to hear what are some of the biggest...
Oh.
Megan, I think we lost your audio.
You know, what are some of the biggest benefits that we have?
I think we lost your audio, guys. Can you ask that question one more time?
Sure. What are the biggest benefits of the region that you're seeing as far as gaming development is concerned?
I mean, I could start. I mean, you're sort of looking at it right here, right? Which is we have a gaming hub in this area that is quite impressive. I mean, Vicarious Visions, WB Games, PUBG, First Playable, like we can keep going on and on. That's really, for me, what I would love to talk about more than anything. And as you can sort of see, it's quite incestuous, right? We've all sort of worked together and or early started on collaborating and sort of grown off into our own things, which make the area even stronger. So yeah, like getting people interested in games in upstate New York, right? When you say that alone, it's like, what's in upstate New York? Why I'm going to go to California, I'm going to go to New York City because that's where all the cool gaming companies are. But here we have a really awesome hub, and we have enough of a really strong foundation to get people interested, get the talent that's outside of this area to come here, and just to see these types of people, and then again hear the experience of the people on this call, like just another thing to get people interested to come to this area.
Yeah, I think to add to that, I think one of the unique things about the region is that so much of the talent we're homebrew. You know, we didn't have prior experience before, you know, kind of getting into games, and we built this together. We built this sort of gaming community together, and working on, you know, world-class, you know, far-reaching, you know, games and IP that brings joy to tens of millions of players in the world. kind of reach is like unbelievable. And the support that we have, from like the big, companies, whether it's Activision, Electronic Arts, Nintendo, Warner Brothers, PUBG, it's pretty phenomenal, in terms of the backing and support that's there. And then you kind of couple that with sort of a great quality of life, and ties into the educational institutions, the university programs that are there, the community programs that are there, like TVGS, as a venue, as an opportunity for collaboration and learning. We kind of operate in all these really unique niches within the game industry, but we have global reach, and I think that's actually really unusual, for a sort of a mid-sized community of this size.
Anyone else want to add to that?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think the like Kartik was saying, kind of the amount of overlap and collaboration, I think is a big part that I appreciate in this. It never feels like it's studios versus studios. There's just this like community. This is the upstate region, and we can work together and all this. And I don't know, I think it's just all like building on top of itself in this cool way toward greater growth.
Yep. I have to.
Yeah, actually.
Go ahead, Shannon.
Go ahead, Clark.
After you.
Oh, thanks. I was just say I completely agree. I think I especially see it in QA because we do have a lot of members who move between the different companies in the area. We've had a number of people move, into I know Valen and people who have moved between the studios, and I really love seeing the growth that we can engender and kind of just like send out into the world. And then as Kartik said, working with the different schools, universities, but also the younger kids as well. We work with BOCES, setting up some of the educational programs for kids who are really interested in video games. And I think that's a real goal of all of the studios in the area, is to, sort of catch them young, so to speak, and like build that fire in video game development.
Yeah, that's awesome. I was just going to say that when I talk to candidates now who are looking to apply at PUBG, we're pulling in talent not just from the capital region, but from all over the continental U.S. and actually from overseas as well. And even now, during these really tough times, I ask people if they're interested in relocating, because eventually we want to get back into our office. And I tell people what it's like to live around here and the quality of life and the cost of living. And we have a really unique opportunity, like Kartik said, to work on AAA titles, big games that are played globally, but also live in a region where it's not like San Francisco or New York City or something like that, where cost of living is super high. And we have benefits of the Adirondack Mountains, like Lake George, Saratoga. We're in a unique geographic region too, to be near New York City if we have to go for meetings, to be near Boston and Montreal, which is a huge gaming hub. That's one of the favorite places for our team to go to conferences to and meet other game companies, is in Montreal. So we're uniquely located to be able to attract talent and retain it as well.
Clark and Shannon, you two brought up two very good points. The first is how important, and I'm going to open this up for everyone to answer, how important is the local talent pool for recruitment, and anyone else aside from Vicarious Visions, which Shannon had mentioned, partnering with local high schools and colleges to help develop curriculum that will drive that local talent pool?
Sure. I can say just quickly from experience, I know some of our engineers and developers have children that go to Shaker High or Tech Valley High. All the high schools in the region, I think, are getting wise to the fact that you need to start programming early. You need to get people interested in STEM and technology early. So they're crafting courses to introduce students to that and prepare them for university and growing those skills. We hire students right out of RIT, SUNY Albany, RPI, and Troy, of course, SUNY IT, SUNY Adirondack. All of these schools have great technology, design, and creative programs that we're able to recruit from. So that's definitely been advantageous.
Anyone else want to take that?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Cole. Go ahead.
I was just going to say from personal experience, one of my first interactions with kind of game art as a career was in my first robotics club. There's an animation challenge component, and some visiting artists from First Playable came and like mentored us in learning some Autodesk programs. And it was just like, oh, this is a real thing that people do. And it was a cool experience and stuff like that, just kind of reaching out and exposing people to things that they weren't necessarily think, early on is great for kind of, fostering that fire early and then letting it grow.
Just to expand upon that's pretty much what I wanted to talk about. For us at WB Games and everyone on this call, like, it's awareness as early as possible for the kids in our area. So on our end, we try to bring kids in to do tours through our offices at WB Games and just put up on a presentation like the types of jobs that are in the industry, because it's not just coding and computer science. It's backgrounds in music, backgrounds in video production, backgrounds if you could be a lawyer and be in the games industry. So we try to make it aware to young people as early as possible that the different types of positions that are in the games industry, because that's so important. And we've also, our studio director, Steve Flannery, has actually gone to schools in Arbor Hill and run classes where he will actually go through the game design process. So we're trying to start as early as we can with the awareness perspective. So getting elementary students in, getting high school and college, letting everyone know that sort of this hub is in the area and these opportunities that we're talking about are available to them.
Yeah, just to add to that, so a big piece of what we focus on the Tech Valley game space, so as I mentioned, we kind of focus on supporting independent developers and also aspiring game developers. And a lot of our effort is in sort of building more equitable access in the region to educational opportunities and increasing access to mentors. So I definitely agree with everything that's been said about starting early. So we do a lot of work in K through 12, and the main reason why is we think to build a more diverse games industry, the more that students as young as possible can have the opportunity, Elliot, as you were just saying, to be aware that this is an option for them, and just to be able to try it out and see if they like it makes a huge difference. You find, I know a lot of folks who have kind of joined the games industry from some other career, and we get people from all these diverse backgrounds who only realize that this is an option for them later on. And I've heard lots of people I know, incredibly talented people I've worked with, say, I wish I had known that this was something I could do earlier. So we do a lot of work in K through 12. We're also very happy to be involved with the Vicarious Visions and Questar curriculum development stuff over this past summer. And we teach a lot of free classes and just try to keep all of our community classes and mentorship programs as cost accessible as possible. Yeah.
What would you say is the most important piece of advice that you could offer an individual regarding a career in gaming development? And it could be someone that's an up-and-coming student, college student, or someone who perhaps is switching a career, such as we heard from Elliot, who was in TV and radio, and Shannon with a background in healthcare.
It reminds me of when my brother and I first started, Vicarious in high school. And the way it got started was, I met a guy who was actually doing his own tech startup with his brother in his basement. And this was in Rochester, New York, where I was going to high school. And I met with him, and he was working on, this was like 1990, working on sound cards and sound chips for PCs before PCs could do any kind of music or audio outside of bleeps. And he asked me what I wanted to do, and I said I'd love to make video games. And he's like, well, why don't you do it? And I said, I can't, I'm a kid, what do I know? And he said, well, that's not an excuse. And he went to his bookshelf and pulled out a programming book, and a floppy disk, for folks who remember, floppy disk with a compiler on it, and an animation package. And he put it on the table and he's like, here, there's no excuse. Go learn it and figure it out. And just because you're a kid doesn't mean you can't start a company. You can do that. And that's really all it sort of took, because I had this sort of mental barrier. It's like, well, what do I know? What can I do? I mean, and it doesn't matter. And it was somebody saying, yeah, you know, you can do it if you want to. If this is what you want to get into and you're passionate about it. And that's it. That's what it was. And you know, the really cool thing is, in this community, there's people are accessible. We're not like faceless, you know, entities and big corporations or anything like that. And people are really accessible. There is a mentor network. There's a lot of people out there, you know, to show that it's possible. But it doesn't matter how old you are, or what you know, or what you don't know. You know, if this is something you want to get into, you can just do it. And that's what's so awesome about video games. And I think that you know, whether you're in grade school, tools and technology is so much more broadly available now. And you know, I've got, you know, my kids who are getting into various aspects of it. You can get into Minecraft. There's so many ways in. It's unbelievable, you know, and it's great. And I think this is sort of proof positive with everybody on the panel today in terms of what is possible.
Anyone else want to take a stab at that question?
Yeah, basically echoes what Kartik was saying, but I was gonna say, you know, the tools are becoming more and more available and accessible, and from a user perspective. So like, download, you know, an engine and start messing around with it, or like, yeah, get into Minecraft modding. Like, just try things. It doesn't matter if they go well, you know, just try, experiment. You know, you're, you know, you're costing nothing to just figure things out and try things. And you know, you're investing your time, of course, but that's kind of the point, right? You want to learn this thing, so go at it.
You know, and the other thing is, just to add on top of that, is just the availability and the opportunity to get something online that you've made, a game, even if it's a small little prototype project. Like we always try to tell people, and especially the young people, is get your stuff available online, even if it's a small little app that we can pull up on a website and look at. Like, that's a big deal. Like, so the version of the old school, like, extracurricular activities, be in groups, right? For the games industry, it's find the tools that Kartik and Kola are saying. They're free, they're out there. Game Maker, Unity, like you can download that today and start building games and get your projects online. If you've made a couple mini games, make them accessible somewhere. It's because when we're looking at resumes, of course, educational background and experience is important. But if you have 3 or 4 game projects, maybe that aren't even finished, but that you're just passionate about, and then that sort of tell the story of you and what you're passionate about, like, that's super beneficial for anyone trying to find a job in the industry, for sure.
Shannon, Jamie, Clark, the 3 of you have any comment on that question?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, Shannon.
Jamie, go ahead. Okay.
No, please.
Yeah, I mean, I want to support everything that everybody is saying. I think it's amazing how accessible this industry is now. I mean, when I was growing up, it never crossed my mind to get into video games, even though I'm a lifelong gamer, you know. And now you can find all kinds of amazing tutorials on YouTube, you know, online. As everybody's saying, you know, all the engines are pretty much accessible for you to jump in and play around, and anybody can like develop something and put it up on Steam and show it off. As the, you know, the QA manager, I see so many people who are coming in our door and want to get into the industry, and they bring that passion, you know, and that love of video games in, and they're working so hard. And you can just see the love, you know, when they come in the door, and they're so excited. And I think, to me, that's one of the most important things, is to really show that love of the development, you know, and the love of video games, and you know, display that passion, and people will see it and they'll get excited as well. And I've never met a person who hasn't been happy to offer advice and help.
Yeah, I really agree with everything that's been said around the availability of tools. I think just the the amount of cost accessible and intuitive tools kind of outpaced the awareness of them at a certain point among students and also among some educators. So we love kind of working with, teachers as well, because like, I think both the students and the teachers get a little intimidated when they're just thinking about, it's similar to Kardic's story, like, oh, I can't do that. I'm just not prepared to do it. But there really is no reason not to jump in with the amount of kind of incredibly intuitive tools that are available. So you don't need a coding background to get started. And so that's another piece that I would say is just try a little bit of everything, particularly, when you're first getting started, to kind of find what you like. Because I think that there is still a bit of a misconception that I encounter here and there that game development is just coding, or like that you absolutely need to know code, or you need to have sort of an engineering mindset naturally to get involved with games, right? But just on this panel, right, we have folks who are artists, we have folks who are doing QA, production, games involve writing, music, all kinds of different talents that come together. So I would suggest, trying a little bit of all those things. If you can, try it within the context of making a game, maybe work with other people. And if you want to find other people and find mentors, the last little bit of advice I would give is get involved with the community, because as folks have mentioned already, there are a lot more opportunities than were available, even a few years ago. I often tell this story when I was, high school or younger. I knew I wanted to make games, and I grew up in the capital region, but I didn't know where to find a mentor. So, I could kind of learn little bits of coding and little bits of the skills, but I really wanted to talk to somebody who had kind of been there and done it. And that led to me basically like wandering into Vicarious Visions as a high schooler, because that was the only place locally that I knew that did it. And when you talk about access, now I'm not recommending to do that, by the way, disclaimer. But I will say they were incredibly gracious, even back then. And they talked to me just as a high school kid who kind of showed up on their doorstep saying like, I need to ask people some questions. So it really is true that people want to help in the area. And so it just takes a little bit of seeking out those opportunities because they are there.
One thing I want to just echo Elliot real quick is that, doing demos and getting your work, online, can't stress that enough, because it's what what you learn like on your own that really makes the difference. We have a lot of job postings on valenstudios.com. We've eliminated college degree requirements. We don't even have high school degree requirements. Not that I just, it's great, it's important, but like that's not sort of a requirement to get a job, with us and most other studios. But what is when we look at your resume and we look at your work, it's like, what have you done? What have you done on your own? What's showing your sort of self-driven, sort of nature to go figure things out? Because the reality is, like, every project that we work on, we're constantly figuring out new things. The bar is getting raised, and whether it's sort of new technology or new techniques or new ways of doing things, you're constantly learning new stuff. So that's really what we're looking for, and so, if you're in high school, if you're in middle school, I don't really care, or college. It's actually self-driven stuff. On the opposite end of the spectrum, we've seen a lot of resumes and stuff where it's sort of like it checks all the boxes, in terms of the sort of the college degree, and you've done these sort of papers or school projects and whatever, and you got an awesome GPA, and I'm like, not interested. Seeing a bazillion of those, and because it's just paint by numbers, nothing stands out. So it's about the stuff that you do on your own and your own initiative that matters the most, regardless of who you are, what your education level is, or anything.
Great advice. Clark, did you want to add?
Oh, I was just gonna tap into what Jamie had mentioned before, that in the game industry, there's so many different roles that people can take on a team to actually produce a game and market it and actually launch it, support it, grow it, and develop it. So, Jamie mentioned music, writing, actually coding, but there's also a huge business aspect to it as well. So on our team, we have an accounting team, a project management team, finance team, lawyers, intellectual property, focus. Like there's so many different aspects to make a game studio run. We at PUBG, we have an internal interpretation and translation team. So when we have calls with our headquarters in Seoul, South Korea, we have someone in real time translating the conversation as it's happening. So if you have skills that range from business to second language or anything like that, it takes a whole team to support a game and grow the community as well. So there's no shortage of roles that people can fulfill with their skills and expertise and interests to make a game company run. So
People like me only typically see the end product, whether it's from my son's gaming chair as he's playing Fortnite or whatever game of the week. I want to ask each of you, what does a typical day look like in your world? Who wants to take that first?
Well, I can say that they one thing that's pretty cool is that they often look very different. Every day is a new set of challenges. I guess change is kind of the only thing that stays the same. There's just always a new feature that's being developed for an existing game, or a new upcoming deadline for a game that's in production, or a new marketing effort, releasing a new season for PUBG. We're promoting, new features, new rewards, new achievements that are available, and to coordinate, like I was mentioning, all those different roles of getting each regional office, like when you have a global game that's available in 13 or 14 different languages in so many different regions, so many different app stores, and it's on Steam, it's on Xbox, it's on PlayStation, it's on Google Stadia. There's just a really wide surface area in a lot of games that need to be covered by the whole team. So it keeps you on your toes, and I think that's probably the most interesting thing about working in games. It can be a global business, and there's always new challenges and new opportunities coming your way.
Clark did a great job of pretty much explaining it. My life is very similar to Clark's. Right at WB Games New York, we have 12 development teams that are either developing a new game that will launch a year from now, or have already launched multiple games that we have running on our services. Right, so we're a 365, 24/7 shop. Online shop. If any of our games that are currently launched are having problems, we have to deal with that, but we're also developing new features for new games that don't come out in 2 years. We have to stay ahead of industry trends and new platforms that are coming online, so we have our online services ready to support those. So the different types of things that I see every day, it blows my imagination every day, where I could have a list of things that I expect to happen for a particular day, come in and none of those happen. 5 different problems that I was not expecting at all to come up happen. And as an executive producer, my sort of job is to be the glue of all of our different teams, right? Our software engineering team, our live operations team, and our production team. It's making sure that none of the lines of communication between those teams break down in order to hit all of our goals, whether they be game-based and or live operations based. So it's crazy, it's busy, but that's what I love about it. And it's like that every single day.
I can speak to, I'm a 3D artist at First Playable. So from the game art side, yeah, like Elliot was saying, you'd be like, all right, so today I think I'm going to tackle this, and this. And then you get in there like, this thing's on fire. And you're like, all right, okay, never mind. I need to handle this, or someone needs help setting this thing up, or, this thing you put in the game, like, I think something went wrong with your, whatever. And like, okay, all right. So, kind of being flexible to change. And then also, when you do have the focus time, kind of making the best use of it, I think is a big part of my successful days, I guess, is when I'm like, oh, wow, like everything's calm, dive in on this thing that I've been meaning to tackle and kind of do it to the best of my abilities. And yeah, like the other day I was, working on some things, and then it was like, oh, this thing, whatever, is having a bug, and we don't know why. And it's just like, all right, so at first we got to diagnose, and then we got to figure out, why is this thing not showing, stuff like that. And one of my college professors, I think it was my 3D modeling class, he he was like, you only know how to model something once you're done modeling it. And I just think about that like with everything in life, like with games, you have no idea how to make the game until the game's done. And then you're like, yeah, I guess we could have avoided all these issues, but you don't know that up front. It's just no.
Anyone else want to take that one?
Yeah, I'll jump in. I think QA is something that most people have in their minds of being one way, right? You get in and you kind of sit at your desk and you pick up the controller, or you get on your mouse and keyboard and you just jump in and you're just testing the game. You're just playing a game for 8 hours a day, 40 hours a week. And that's absolutely not the case. It's so much more challenging than just sitting there playing a game. As everybody else is saying, like, you never know what to expect coming in. The day could go absolutely smooth and everything is looking great. And, the graphics are beautiful and the game performance is wonderful, or you can come in and the game is just crashing as soon as you open it up, and you have to diagnose that, and then you have to write up the bug, and then you have to probably go talk to the dev to help them diagnose on the back end, and then you're waiting for a build, and maybe you're waiting for a build for 2 hours because more changes are coming in and you have to figure out what you need to do during that 2 hours. If you like challenges, this industry is for you. If you like sitting at your desk and sometimes just banging your head against the wall trying to figure out how to solve this problem, like, this industry is for you. And I think that's what I enjoy most about it. I personally don't want like a 9 to 5, come in, do the same thing every day. I want that challenge. And I want to work with people who enjoy that challenge and who I can, help bounce ideas off of and learn with. So yeah, the question is very hard to answer, I think, because everybody's days are different. Nothing's ever the same. We can talk about, daily tasks that we have, like, oh, we have meetings, but those aren't the fun parts necessarily. It's everything else.
Yeah, it's anything but routine in this industry, so if routine is what what you enjoy, this is not it. And it's very dynamic, and a big part of it is because even though we each have our roles within a studio and our areas of specialty, you're working with people in all different disciplines. It's like video games is like the most multidisciplinary industry out there, in terms of skill sets. So you have to work with people who are very different than you, who think differently than you, who have different skill sets than you, and it's that collaboration and joint problem solving that is continuous. And if it was easy, everybody would be doing it. And this is where the magic sort of happens. This is where we're able to kind of create these unbelievable worlds, and for people to participate in and be part of. And we need that now more than ever, right? This is like video games are what's driving social connection, between everybody on a global basis. It's not Zoom calls, it's that just is a tool. But like in terms of emotional social connection, games are what's doing it. That's what's driving a lot of growth right now. And as developers, we are creating those worlds, we're creating those environments to be able to do that. And it's continuous problem solving. The way I would answer the question is there is no typical day.
Yeah, I pretty much concur. Seems like it's unanimous as far as that goes. Yeah, just there's a quote from a game designer, Frank Lance, that I really love, which is that games are, video games in particular, are operas made out of bridges. And to me, I don't know, that just sticks in my head because I think it's a great way of describing, just how multidisciplinary a game really is. Like it's a minor miracle that any game, gets completed and shipped, to be honest, with the amount of different skills that need to go into it, and kind of work in harmony. But I think that's what a lot of us get a kick out of, in the day-to-day.
Next up, I have to ask, and Shannon, I'm not going to put you on the spot too much a little bit. I guess this is directed more so toward you since you are the only female on the panel this morning. But I want to ask you, is there a push in the industry, gaming development industry, to get more women involved?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that women have really grown more in the industry, especially in my experience, at least in recent years. Since I've managed the QA team, I do a lot of hiring, a lot of interviews, and I would say at this point, my QA team is a third women, and not just a couple years ago, it was a couple of women. So I find it's incredibly important to empower females to get into the industry, to express that interest, and take advantage of the opportunities that are out there. Yeah, I think we've seen a lot of media attention as well in recent years about the role of women in video games, and how the dynamic and interactions might be happening and changing in the industry. So yes, I mean, I don't know what else to say other than yes. Like, I think there absolutely has been a push. I find it incredibly important to personally empower women and make sure that they feel welcomed and a part of the community.
Anyone else want to add to that as far as is your organization, your company doing anything differently to recruit and retain women?
Yeah, I can jump in on that. I mean, I think that I think from my experience, like the industry overall is actually very, very welcoming to a diverse population. We create entertainment products for the planet and to a very diverse audience. For us to be really successful requires a very diverse population of creators. And I think in general, the industry itself is incredibly progressive. You know, in terms of welcoming people into the industry. We're seeing a lot more change. We're seeing an acceleration because there are focused initiatives around it from companies, and some of it is grassroots, some of it is sort of like well-structured, large scale initiatives, and it's really great to see. I think the one of the biggest challenges that we have is that it doesn't just start at at sort of the end of the funnel of people who are ready to work. It really starts at K through 12 and like kindergarten and grade school, to kind of build a wider funnel, if you will. And there's plenty of research on this, as well. I remember research that was published, and it was on NPR. And when you talk about computer programming and stuff in general, back from World War II and onwards, in the birth and growth of computer programming, it was 50% were women, because it actually started out from like typing skills, believe it or not. And it was like 50% of programmers were women. And some of the breakthroughs in engineering and computer programming in the early days, 50s, 60s, and 70s, were women. Look it up. It's amazing. But there was a shift, in the 1980s, and there's multiple reasons why. And a lot of it is unfortunately due to advertising and marketing, where there was this thing that, especially with games, when it came into home video game market, where it was about boys, and their dads bringing home like video game console, bringing home a computer, and that actually led to a real shift in terms of the amount of girls who wanted to get into computers, and sort of early on. And this is like really published, statistical research, where that led to sort of more boys getting into programming, in high school, middle school, high school, and that gave them an advantage going into college. in the early 90s, which is when I was going to college, and there was a big shift. Now we're trying to undo all of that. And thankfully, with mobile phones and stuff like that, which is like the world's knowledge is in your pocket. It's one of the most advanced pieces of computing technology, that's in the masses, and with young kids as well. You're starting to see that shift. So the industry itself is super welcoming. We're starved for that talent, to be honest with you. And in my 30 years, I've seen that stark shift, which is amazing. And we've still got a lot more to do, to sort of undo what occurred in the late 70s and the 80s. But I think that's actually going to lead to an even wider birth of creativity, the type of games that we create and how it speaks to a global audience.
Yeah, I can add that at PUBG, we recruit globally. We have offices all over the world, and we're always looking for the most talented and most passionate people. So we help support people with visas, with relocation, and we just want the most excited and passionate person. And we also really aim to internally promote and internally recruit, which I think is really important. So, for example, at PUBG, like our vice president is female. We have team leads and a lot of team members who are in leadership roles who are female, from our QA teams, our engineering teams, our human resources team, legal teams, translation teams. We just try to promote the best talent, and we always advocate for long-term growth with the company, and always supporting male and female team members to do so. So,
If
Yeah.
you will, if we all had a crystal ball, and we don't, right? If you could, tell us and share with us, what will the gaming development landscape look like in the next 3 to 5 years in the capital region?
well, I will say right now, what we have is a really good mix of larger studios. Like when you see the Warner Brothers name in downtown Troy, when you drive on River Street, that's fantastic to see. We have investment from larger studios like PUBG coming into Saratoga Springs. You have Kartik and his team, who originally had Activision, like these big game companies coming in and finding smaller studios and supporting them. And so we wouldn't have those big names if we didn't have a ton of indies and small game studios being scrappy and starting, having startups. So I think hopefully we'll continue to see more and more indie games being created, and then resulting in more and more investment from the larger publishers who come in to support them and grow them. So, I mean, we've seen that in the past, and if we can continue to do that, I think it's good for everyone.
And I just feel like everyone on this call and all of our teams are hungry, right? Again, I know, right, Karthik, you've been doing this for a long time. We've had a lot of people here doing this for 10 years or more, but it just feels like the beginning to me, right? For all of these teams. And like 3 to 5 years, I hope it's bigger and better than what it is right now. And I don't see anything telling me that is going away. Like we're pretty much just at the start of growing this hub and really expanding it. So we talk about awareness. We talk about trying to get more people from this region with jobs in these industries and the roles that we have. Like that's what I want to focus on, and hope we can be much better and stronger in 3 to 5 years. I mean, and let's just be honest, all of the big games here, like Kartik has had 2 really amazing announcements of new games that they're working on. We just announced 2 big games that WB Games is working on that are coming out in 2 years. Like everyone on this call, like VV just released Tony Hawk, which is outstanding. So like I just think like it's just going to be bigger and better, and I hope that we have more of an impact on local talent as well too over the next 3 to 5 years. I know we've been talking about that in CEG a lot. It's like that's really what we want to try to focus on as much as possible.
Yeah, this is I think there's a common goal here, for all the studios, and there's a big opportunity. in the capital region, there's about 500 plus game developers, 500 plus jobs that are directly in the various game studios. What we've got our sights set on is like, how do we grow that to 3,000 and have that be a massive force for sort of economic change and cultural sort of expansion within the region. That's our goal, and and it has to happen at all levels. There's opportunity for the existing studios to grow because we're working on world-class IP. The number of people getting into games is growing. In fact, I guess maybe even one of the positive things about COVID is that it's accelerating trends within the industry. And there's more than 2 billion gamers on the planet, and it's growing beyond. It's growing double-digit rate month over month. It's amazing, and so when you see that kind of growth, there's plenty of opportunity for the existing studios. But my personal hope is echoing Clark, is that there's a tremendous amount of opportunity for new indie studios. And that is actually the biggest area and opportunity for growth, is for new startups and new indie talent with new ideas, and building a pathway there. Because there's a core contingent that have done it, we can help build that pathway for the next generation of talent. And there's an opportunity also for industry veterans who want to try something different, and much like Jamie, got a lot of experience in saying, I'm going to go, make my indie game, and building a viable pathway for that, and growing new teams. Because the wider the base we get, of teams and studios, the more resilient we are, as a region, with the industry, because it is a sort of a hit-driven, business. Not everything's going to be a hit, and so that wider that is, the stronger we'll be, from a legacy standpoint. And I see I'm thinking, yes, 3 to 5 years, is sort of the next sort of, goalpost is, but what does it mean for the capital region over the next 100 years, for video games and digital entertainment, how that's going to be transformative? Because when we think about new kinds of jobs in 21st century and and beyond, it's all high intellectual capital. It's creative, it's technical, it's no offense, but it's not manufacturing. It's not a lot of those other things that are going to go by the way of automation. It's your mind, it's your, and it's your hands. And that's what the true power of the industry really is. And it can be transformative, for the region. And I think that the 500 that we have is sort of the core that is going to have a historic impact, over the next 100 years.
Yeah, yeah. Just to expand on what's been said by a few folks already, I think that there are a lot of positive signs happening at the moment. It definitely feels like our local cluster is growing, which is just a great, position to be in. And I think, a lot of the high-profile games that are coming from larger, more established studios in the area can only be a boon and kind of bring more attention to the region. So that's great. But like my passion and kind of at Tech Valley Game Space, what we focus on is what Kartik was mentioning about kind of supporting particularly the early stage independent developers who need a lot of support because it can be a rough business to get started in and kind of grow a studio. So we've kind of been seeing, our kind of co-working community primarily consists of independent game developers, and most of them are working on original IP of some sort or another. So that's a trend that I'm really hoping we see more of in the next 3 to 5 years, is these kind of smaller indies developing their own IP that they'll kind of own and build out, but with increased support. So we've kind of created this community with the idea of all of our smaller indies kind of supporting each other and kind of trying to lift each other up. And that's great, but also kind of pairing that with support from the more established folks when it comes to like business mentorship and things like that. That's really a piece that that our indies need. So it's great, that we have folks like Kartik and people who've been there who are willing to contribute that kind of expertise. So I think the more that those kind of pieces are combined, the better. And we're building out a few programs as well to meet some of the needs that we see from local indies. In particular, we started up a fund called ProtoStar, which we've been running the past couple of years, and expanded this past year. We funded 3 basically like early stages of projects from local indie teams for them to build out a prototype. So each of them got $6,000 and some, mentorship and connection support. So I think the more that there is like very clear funding opportunities like that in the region, I think that also makes the area more attractive to indies who otherwise have to look elsewhere for those resources. So that's a big piece. And the other kind of trend that I'm hoping continues over the next 3 to 5 years, just to get back to the prior topic very briefly, I think increased diversity among the game developers in the region is hugely important to me, and I think also economically, it's extremely important. I think a lot of indies, you're going to see more indies finding success in some cases by, discovering new audiences and new kind of niches. And I think that a more diverse set of creators is much more likely to discover those audiences or be aware of them than, a more, I don't know what word to use politely, but a less diverse workforce, let's put it that way. So one of the other key programs that we've been running over the past couple of years at the game space is a program called Liftoff, which I'm really proud of, which is a diversity incubator. So that's a 7-week program for, we've actually run it 2 times for sort of different groups, but we specifically target it for underrepresented populations. So the first year we ran it, was for women and non-binary individuals. This past year we ran it for people of color. And it's for them to have like one-on-one connections with really experienced mentors, build their first games. And we'd actually already seen one studio kind of come out of that process. So a studio called Queenship, which is a women-owned and operated game studio that originated directly from those programs. And so I'm hoping that those kinds of initiatives then get the next stages of support that they need, some of which we can provide and some of which we need to work with, others in the region to provide.
Anyone else want to add to that?
Yeah, sort of tying into that, I think the visibility aspect is huge, and I think we're like only going upwards with that. Like just like seeing that Velen logo and like Nintendo, showcase was just like, little me would have loved it. Like, big me loves this, but like the idea that like I didn't know where games were made when I was younger, and just like seeing that more and more in the industry as a whole, kind of acknowledging the creators, I think is like huge. And it's pulls in younger people earlier, right? You're like, oh, this happens, down the street from me, or this happens from people who look like me. Like that, I think is big, and seeing that sort of grow. And I don't think it was intentional, but I think early on things felt more secretive in the games industry, and I think it was just a matter of like, people are head down driving, trying to make a game. It's like you don't have time for that like PR kind of thing. But like I just think with the like streaming and everything, just like the higher visibility of gaming as an industry, as a career field, whether it's esports, whether it's development, I think is huge. And I think locally that helps a lot with kind of keeping people involved, whether or not they're actually already have a job in the industry, but just keeping them abreast of what's happening. And industry moves, and who has stuff in development and blah blah blah, and who has things where this is a mentorship opportunity or something like that, like finding out these new things. So I think it's really cool.
Yeah,
Jamie,
I think
Shannon.
Oh,
sorry.
sorry.
Go ahead.
Just real quick, I think one of my favorite things about this industry is the idea that like creativity can really come from anyone and anywhere. So anyone in the studio can have an idea and pitch it, and just like water cooler talk, right? Just this idea that grows and grows and grows. And great ideas come from outside of studios too. So I've worked with Jamie on the ProtoStar program. I think it's really awesome. And I was always really impressed with the ideas that these indie teams were coming up with. And so I think it's something that we should really keep in mind too, is that ideas can come from anywhere in the capital region. Anybody could have the next big thing. And I think that's really cool.
Jamie had teed up my next question when he was just talking a little bit about trends. So I want to ask all of you, what are some of the industry trends that we're going to see heading into 2021?
For my own kind of like as a game player, I think selfishly I love short potent games now where it's like not a huge time sink, but I just like get this either a narrative ride or like something that where like, you know, there's cool mechanics but doesn't overstay its welcome. And then like on the flip side, I also like the kind of jump in, play a few matches, this could go on forever, like Fall Guys type thing. So I think just kind of those ends of the spectrum growing a bit is cool to me. And I think that's becoming popular, at least for like, you know, like streaming and stuff like that as well.
You know, from my end in the online space, like every game, if well, not you know, but the big games these days have to have online or some big portion. If it's not connected 24/7 and doing something from a live services perspective, it doesn't last. And that's what we do on the WBNY side is to help our games have the online features to do those types of things. So I expect more of that. Pretty much the big tentpole games, like Fall Guys out of nowhere, right? Is now one of those games, right? A small game becoming that. I expect to see more of that. Also, you know, cross-play is a big deal in our world now, which is just sort of the walls that were sort of dividing the big platforms, the Sonys, the Microsofts, the the Steams of the world. Those walls are starting to slowly come down, which is awesome. And from an online space, how can we help our game teams do creative things now that they can connect their players across platforms? So that's pretty an exciting trend to see over the next couple of years. And then lastly, because again, indie is so important, we've talked about it as so much, like the Game Pass, Netflix like of games topics that are coming up now. Microsoft's really pushing this with Game Pass. That is a big opportunity in my mind for indie developers as well too. I actually just read an article yesterday where the main guy, editor at IGN's like, I'm discovering new indie games I never knew of because of Game Pass. So like, I think hopefully over the next 3 to 5 years, like that's where I sort of see some of the industry trends going.
Definitely have some big games getting bigger with really large communities, unified communities online. There's so many. I think that's one of the things I love about the industry is that there's lots of surprises, with new ideas that seem to come out of nowhere and that capture the imagination, and even small ideas that find its audience and appeal. The way I think about it also is, sort of more immersion that's pulling you into the screen. Whether it's going into an online world and living in that world. Whether it's sort of the 4K HD next generation consoles or like just deep engaging, enriching, worlds online. But I also see a really big opportunity where the gaming world comes into the real world, and that's you're seeing some of that with what we've done with Mario Kart Live Home Circuit. But mixed reality and augmented reality and new technologies that bring the digital world into the real world to create new kind of experiences. It's like a whole new thing. At some point, TV screens and laptop screens, they will all go away. We will not need them anymore. And information and digital content will seamlessly live around us. And the phone will go away. You don't really need it. That functionality will transform into a new format. We're not that far away. I mean, and if within the next 10 years, you'll see a massive shift again. Because if you think back to like 2008, we didn't really have smartphones, and how tablets and phones have transformed society in a decade. It's been a big change, and again, the game industry is sort of at the bleeding edge of this. I remember 10 years ago. It's just only 10 years ago. We made a little game called Guitar Hero at Vicarious for a number of years, and I was fortunate enough to be on stage with Steve Jobs for the Guitar Hero iPhone launch. It was the iPhone 4 launch. And it was also on stage with the CEO of Netflix demonstrating Netflix streaming on a phone for the very first time. And so we were doing that. We were doing that together, sort of back to back. And it was the first time we had a product launch that was done by surprise. It was digital only. It was available globally as soon as we announced it. By the time I got off the stage and sat down, we were #1 in the App Store. And I'm like, oh my God, this day is a strategic inflection point in history, with like Netflix and what we've just done with a launch. And that shaped the next decade. It shaped like mobile gaming and digital content, consumption and stuff on smartphones. And we're just a few years away from like another revolution, like that. And that's just going to bring, more and more people into it. So, these game studios here in the region are kind of at the forefront of a lot of that. And I think that's very exciting as a gamer. It's very exciting, and as a developer, even more so.
I do have to ask, since we are here at HV GamerCon, how has esports really changed the industry?
Like Elliot was saying before, I think the whole like the tail of a game is so long now, or can be so long. And you see a game like Among Us came out a few years ago, and it just kind of blew up because some streamers recently. And so like now that game, like in terms of like sales, you're just like there's a spike out of nowhere. Like this kind of thing, games getting to live way longer than maybe originally intended or maybe originally foreseen is an interesting kind of angle of that. And like I'm really into fighting games, so like the fighting game community is kind of, I feel like, gotten a big boost of funds and like big tournaments and stuff like that with more kind of advertisement and seeing like, oh, this is a thing, people are watching this a lot. And getting more and more companies involved in kind of not necessarily bigger stakes but bigger prestige is cool.
Yeah,
I think also
yeah.
just go ahead, Elliot.
No, Kartik, you were first.
It's just esports. I mean, I remember like back in the late 90s when StarCraft absolutely blew up in South Korea. And I was like, and it's like, you have like stadiums that are like sold out, and I'm like, what is going on? And that was before esports was really coined as a thing. And as a game developer, I was having a hard time wrapping my head around it. People watching other people play just was a foreign concept to me. I didn't get it. I'm like, isn't the whole point being interactive and playing yourself? And then you had all of these teams, and it was like becoming a legit thing. And to South Korea and China and like Asia's credit, they were just way ahead of us, to be honest with you, on this whole thing. And but to see esports evolve, and even games that are 20 years old still have an active fan base and viewership. In Korea, it is a national pastime. It is the equivalent of baseball or football. It has that stature and ranking, with new generation of players and professional athletes and sponsorship. It is such a huge, like fast growing segment within our industry. It'll be a national, pastime. It is going to be as common as football, baseball, basketball, but the potential reach being way bigger and way more global, and and bringing people together and creating new jobs, new kinds of opportunities, for different skill sets. It's like we've been talking about all the different skill sets and people that we need as a development or publishing, kind of operation. That is just a component of like this overall, industry and what esports opens up and what it means for intercollegiate. And we're seeing this with HV GamerCon and all that stuff, and it's going to continue to evolve and mature with deeper structures, and quite frankly more opportunities. It's really exciting to see. And quite frankly, it's like we don't fully know what the potential is. Right now, we can only template it based on what we know of physical sports, and we're trying to create sort of a copy, and then adjusting and seeing what works and what doesn't work. But it's going to be its own thing that, you can't even relate it back to regular sports, and it's going to be even broader and more accessible. It's just going to be a way of life. It's going to be part of life.
I absolutely want to hear Clark Foley's view on this, just because I know he's in this world. But I just want to say one thing from a development perspective, on top of what Kartik just mentioned, is just, 10 years ago, like in my esports was just sort of a tack on for games, right? A game was developed, and then kids took a game and did their own LAN parties and built their own communities, esports communities around it. Where 10 years later now, we don't develop a game without having some type of esports component built into it. Like, again, one of our big titles, Mortal Kombat 11, to Kolal's note, it's a fighting game. It is competitive by its nature. So we now have an esports component that gets developed into the game itself. And we're seeing that pretty much across the industry. So even just tying all of our conversations back together, like, there is now sort of an esports component to gaming companies, right? If you are a competitive player, if you do have a history in esports, you could potentially be part of a game development team, right? Because they're going to build features and actual game components around the needs of an esports team, an esports league, etc.
Yep. Yeah, Elliot, that's a really great point. I think, historically, you mentioned game developers weren't thinking about esports when they were making games. Now, like you said, it's a major focus from the get-go to have esports ready games. And, for example, in PUBG, we just launched a ranked mode where you can really kind of earn prestige by playing in a more competitive queue. So the competitive nature of games, now that online gaming is so popular, seems like the norm, but very recently ago it was not the norm. So I think we see a shift in the development practices and the focus of the teams. Also, we see a cross-pollination of talent coming from different industries, like the sports industry. So our esports team at PUBG, we have a lot of people who come from the traditional sports industry backgrounds, and that kind of breathes a whole new life into the way that we market the game and attract new players. Additionally, it changes the way that our audience can potentially grow, because you mentioned South Korea. It is the national sport, I think, esports there. When players would come over to the United States to play in Major League Gaming tournaments that Ellie and I worked at, I'd see pictures of them getting back to the airport in South Korea, and like the Prime Minister of Korea was there to greet them, and it was like the Beatles just landed, at JFK. It's really impressive, and I also think it changes the way that games are consumed. Not only are we talking about watching people playing games and streaming it on Twitch and watching it, but in-person events. I had the pleasure of going, when we worked for Riot, to the 2014 League of Legends World Championships in Seoul, South Korea, and they sold out the FIFA World Cup stadium with 40,000 people. And not only that, Imagine Dragons, a rock band, opened and closed the show with pyrotechnics, and it just becomes esports makes games jump off the screen into the real life, and it becomes a rock concert with video games. And I think it's fantastic. You also see companies doing more and more creative things, integrating music, like League of Legends has KDA. They're creating imaginary content that supports like their esports growth too. So you just see so much more creativity that esports is allowed to create, and turning ESPN on and seeing some games being played, and having games actually going to be in the Tokyo Olympics. I mean, that's something that you never thought it could happen, but it is. So I think esports is a vehicle for us to continue the growth and making gaming more widespread to a larger audience.
Yeah, when it comes to the impact of esports, and I think streaming more broadly, even the smaller kind of indie teams, in the kind of world that I inhabit, you still have to think about it. You really there's a lot more of a trend among game designers, I think, for figuring out a way to make their games spectator friendly, and that doesn't even necessarily just apply to esports games, but even things like a single player role playing game like Undertale. right, is like still something that had more longevity and more discoverability, which are both extremely important and difficult, to come by as a game developer of any size, because they were sort of like memeable, or they were a thing that somebody wanted to stream, and because they would have some emotional reaction to it. So I think you see that kind of trend really proliferating throughout games. Everything from something like Undertale to Fall Guys. All these games I think are thinking about spectator friendliness in different ways.
We have time just for about one more question, and then we're going to wrap up here. Any of your companies hiring right now? And if so, what are those positions?
Yep, we certainly are. There's a lot of positions open right now at Valence Studios. You can go to valenstudios.com, VELAN studios.com to check it out. But there's a number of programming positions that are there. We have internships that are available, and when you're an intern at Valence, you are on the development team, and you are learning. And we've had a number of interns actually work on Mario Kart Live, and that's their first, game credit, which is pretty awesome for them. But we have, art positions from technical art and 2D UI, graphic design art, character artists. We have art internships that are available, design internships as well, available, and management positions. We're expanding our QA team, with QA manager, and we're also actively looking for a community manager for all of Valence Studios for what we're doing now, what we've got coming up. So that's just what we have right now. We're trying to fill positions, but we have a lot more going into next year.
Sure, I'll just mention quickly. Yeah, I'm sorry, Chan, I'll go quick.
Nope, your turn.
Okay, at PUBG, we are hiring multiple roles right now as well, from quality assurance to software engineering, also front-end engineering. So it's a kind of a unique position we're in at PUBG Mad Glory, where we work on back-end software technology to support the game behind the scenes. We also work on the out game of PUBG, so we need people with kind of web development and design experience to build visual layouts that you see in the game before you jump in to actually play. And then we do support all the web properties for PUBG, like PUBG.com. So if you go to careers.pubg.com, we have a list of all the job opportunities in all of our global studios. Go Shannon.
Thanks, Clark. Just like Valen and PUBG, I mean, we have a lot of positions open right now. We're always taking tester applications. In addition, I know that we're looking for environment artists. We're looking for software engineers. If you go to vvisions.com in the career section, you'll find them all listed. And we're looking for designers as well. Anything you can think of, it's there.
Well, from the WB Games New York side, we are also hiring. We have a nice handful of job openings available at wbgamesny.com. We have software engineers, live ops engineers, account managers who are sort of more of the producers and the productions of the world. We also have QA testers as well, and we do have internship opportunities across all of those foundational pieces. So again, we have a handful available now, and like everyone mentioned here, that will grow and expand over time. And again, that's just one portion of WB Games. That's WB Games New York, but also larger WB Games. We have a ton of job openings out there as well.
All right, well, I'm going to wrap this up. I really appreciate all of the expertise and the time that you committed to this very important topic. Elliot Haas, WB Games, Clark Foley, PUBG, Kartik Bala from Velen Studios, Colel Pryor, First Playable Productions, Jamie Stevenson, Tech Valley Game Space, and Shannon Johnson, Vicarious Visions. Thank you all so much for your time again. This was a fantastic discussion, and I'm really excited about where we are are right now in the capital region and what's to come. So stay tuned. There's more to come from HV GamerCon 2020 at the top of the hour, a discussion on esports in high school and college and the real world. I'm Megan Baker. We'll see you at 12 o'clock.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you, Megan. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Yeah, great conversation.
Video Game Crosstalk is the monthly podcast of gamers talking tech, science, and whatever else comes to mind. Episodes available now on your favorite podcast listening service.
2019 was an amazing year for eFuse. Now, not only did we launch the eFuse beta to nearly 25,000 individuals in less than a month, but many of you provided amazing feedback.
We have heard this feedback, and we are rapidly acting on it to build the product this community wants and needs.
It's clear to us how talented, strong, skilled, and supportive you are, and it's our job to give you the very best.
However, we want to do more than provide the best product. We also want to provide the best opportunities.
With that said, we couldn't be more eager to announce the hashtag For the Gamers campaign. The hashtag FTG campaign will span 52 weeks, with each week featuring a new incredibly talented influencer giving away a scholarship.
52 weeks, 52 influencers, 52 life-changing opportunities.
From professional and collegiate teams to brands and companies that impact us daily, and even nonprofits who pave the way for giving back and building a positive community.
eFuse will have a heavy focus on giving these organizations all the resources necessary to provide life-changing opportunities and recruit the best talent for their organizations all throughout 2020.
From live events to the largest esport virtual internship fair, these are just a couple of the life-changing opportunities in our pipeline.
Whether you're a pro, a casual gamer, or anything in between, eFuse is committed to growing the platform and providing opportunities for everyone.
eFuse is now open to the world.
Do you want to play college sports but don't want to be far from home? Women and men, take a look at the Bryant and Stratton Bobcats, the area's most dynamic college athletic program. Soccer, basketball, baseball, and now esports. Yes, esports. Join the hunt.
Gamers Talk is the monthly podcast of gamers talking tech, science, and whatever else comes to mind. Episodes available now on your favorite podcast listening service.
2019 was an amazing year for eFuse. Now, not only did we launch the eFuse beta to nearly 25,000 individuals in less than a month, but many of you provided amazing feedback.
We have heard this feedback, and we are rapidly acting on it to build the product this community wants and needs.
It's clear to us how talented, strong, skilled, and supportive you are, and it's our job to give you the very best.
However, we want to do more than provide the best product. We also want to provide the best opportunities.
With that said, we couldn't be more eager to announce the hashtag For the Gamers campaign. The hashtag FTG campaign will span 52 weeks, with each week featuring a new incredibly talented influencer giving away a scholarship.
52 weeks, 52 influencers, 52 life-changing opportunities.
From professional and collegiate teams to brands and companies that impact us daily, and even nonprofits who pave the way for giving back and building a positive community.
eFuse will have a heavy focus on giving these organizations all the resources necessary to provide life-changing opportunities and recruit the best talent for their organizations all throughout 2020.
From live events to the largest eSport virtual internship fair, these are just a couple of the life-changing opportunities in our pipeline.
Whether you're a pro, a casual gamer, or anything in between, eFuse is committed to growing the platform and providing opportunities for everyone.
eFuse is now open to the world.
Do you want to play college sports but don't want to be far from home? Women and men, take a look at the Bryant and Stratton Bobcats, the area's most dynamic college athletic program. Soccer, basketball, baseball, and now esports. Yes, esports. Join the hunt.
Gamers Talk is the monthly podcast of gamers talking tech, science, and whatever else comes to mind. Episodes available now on your favorite podcast listening service.
2019 was an amazing year for eFuse. Now, not only did we launch the eFuse beta to nearly 25,000 individuals in less than a month, but many of you provided amazing feedback.
We have heard this feedback, and we are rapidly acting on it to build the product this community wants and needs.
It's clear to us how talented, strong, skilled, and supportive you are, and it's our job to give you the very best.
However, we want to do more than provide the best product. We also want to provide the best opportunities.
With that said, we couldn't be more eager to announce the hashtag For the Gamers campaign. The hashtag FTG campaign will span 52 weeks, with each week featuring a new incredibly talented influencer giving away a scholarship.
52 weeks, 52 influencers, 52 life-changing opportunities.
From professional and collegiate teams to brands and companies that impact us daily, and even nonprofits who pave the way for giving back and building a positive community.
eFuse will have a heavy focus on giving these organizations all the resources necessary to provide life-changing opportunities and recruit the best talent for their organizations all throughout 2020.
From live events to the largest eSport virtual internship fair, these are just a couple of the life-changing opportunities in our pipeline.
Whether you're a pro, a casual gamer, or anything in between, eFuse is committed to growing the platform and providing opportunities for everyone.
eFuse is now open to the world.
Do you want to play college sports but don't want to be far from home? Women and men, take a look at the Bryant and Stratton Bobcats, the area's most dynamic college athletic program. Soccer, basketball, baseball, and now esports. Yes, esports. Join the hunt.
Great team behind the scenes that's producing this, so. In 2020, I'm Megan Baker, President and CEO of Baker Public Relations. We are live from the Albany Capitol Center. We have another terrific panel discussion here for you today. This topic focuses on esports in high school and college and the real world, how to get recruited, and how to blend esports and academics, which is $1 million question, right? I want to go ahead and introduce our panelists right now. We have Neil Malvone, the Collegiate Sports Management Group and professor at Caldwell University, Michael Leksinski, UAlbany head esports coach, Bob Stranahan, head coach at HVCC, creator of Mohonasen High School's esports program, and Patrick Fillon, director of athletics, head men's basketball coach, Bryant and Stratton College. Thank you so much, and we welcome all of you here today.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks for having us.
So my pleasure. First question here that I have for all of you is, what can high schoolers do now to prepare for college play? Anyone want to take that?
Sure, I'll start. I thought you were going to call on us individually, but I can start by saying that one thing that high schoolers need to do is obviously continue to play, but they need to start to get noticed. If we use the traditional sport model as an example, the more opportunities they have to play in front of coaches will help them get recruited. For example, showcase events, joining companies like eFuse, which is a Facebook for gamers, or being part of the high school esports league will help them get the repetitions that they need for the coaches to see what talent level they're at, and also start to assess their character and what they are behind and off of the gaming systems.
Michael,
and further, I'd add to that their talent will certainly show for itself through any showcases and things of that nature, as has been previously mentioned, but also to advocate for themselves. I mean, the recruiting process is such that coaches will look for talent, but if there's a university or college that a student has any interest in, then they can certainly reach out to those coaches and send emails. And if they have any, footage of them competing, then certainly that helps the coach as well if they're not familiar with that student. So if they can advocate for themselves, I think that's a huge step for them to let coaches know not just of their interest, but also of their talent level.
Yeah, I think from the perspective of students looking to be involved with esports, I think it's just like esports in general, it's very much an evolving area. So there's the competitive aspect of esports, which is represented, collegiate competition, professional competition, things of that nature. But then there's also the content creators and the streamers. And those are people like you see on Twitch that have audiences of millions and millions of people, and in some cases that make millions and millions of dollars a year. I think you also have a third segment of young people looking to get into games and in esports, and that was really represented by the industry panel that was given earlier this morning, which looks at the sorts of jobs and career opportunities for students. And those are some of the things that, not only as my role as head coach and director of UAlbany Esports, that we're looking at the competitive side, but I'm also a professor. I've been with the university since 2012. So we're looking at the integration of esports and gaming into our academic curriculum, which I'm sure will be, one of the questions and things we'll discuss today. But it's really an evolving area, and there's lots of different aspects, as Neil mentioned, being in the game and getting your reps in, and to Patrick's point, getting the footage, marketing yourself and positioning yourself are very important on the competitive side. And then Neil also mentioned the idea of character, I think is very important as well. Being a well-rounded student and being a student who's also committed to their academic success is a big part of the equation, I think, in high school and in collegiate esports as it evolves.
Yeah, I would just add to that. I mean, advocating in schools through, like you said, high school esports league or play versus. So getting teams in schools, advocating to your athletic directors, kind of building programs, just because if you show interest as a student, it shows that it is a real thing. And then realizing that as a student, you're your own brand, like you are a brand, like whether that's your Twitch channel, whether that, whatever it is, like you are a brand. And it is attitude, it is gameplay, but it's not just sharing clips, it's being part of a team. And it really depends on what game you're talking about. There's a difference between playing Fortnite by yourself and then playing a team game like Overwatch, because they might need roles. You know, if you're a really good support and UAlbany or somebody needs a support, that might be, hey, let me send some clips to UAlbany. They might need, you know, or just little things like that. So realizing you're a brand and then advocating for esports, possibly in your own school, I think are very important at a high school level.
How early does esports recruitment begin? And is there a difference between traditional athletics and sports versus esports when it comes to recruitment?
I think, again, if we use the traditional sport model, I don't think there's an early age. I think if you're a gamer and you have talent and people notice that, the schools, the colleges, the coaches will start to see that as well. I know, again, there's middle school leagues starting around the country. I know Texas is starting middle school associations. So I don't think age is as big a factor as it might be in traditional sport. And of course, without any compliance issues from the NCAA or eligibility issues to worry about, there's no dark periods, there's no contact periods. So that recruitment can start at any age, at any time. So I think age isn't really a factor. But again, it still comes back down to that level of character. And I think, the maturity level at a 12-year-old is certainly going to be a lot different than a 16-year-old. So coaches certainly have to be mindful of that. But keeping a player of that age on your radar is certainly not a bad idea.
And that's a great point. And again, as we talk about character as well, as Bob had mentioned in his last statement, that maybe you're a role player, maybe you're a support player in a particular game. If you are, striving to be that person that's out front, that's terrific, and that speaks to your individual confidence. But the character is going to shine through long term. And as far as age and recruitment, referencing the traditional sport model, I agree. I don't think the age matters. As they get on in high school, that their maturity level will obviously increase with each passing year. You hope, and but as far as from a recruitment standpoint, as soon as they have an idea, as soon as that student, that individual has an idea of what they'd like to do and where they'd like to go, again, which speaks to what I said earlier about advocating for themselves, they should go for it. Now, obviously, it's more of a challenge with middle school students. If you're getting emails from 12-year-olds, that doesn't really help you. But if they are in high school and they have a sense of what direction they want to go in, then I think they should move forward with their process.
I think also to put in perspective the growth and acceleration of esports within the last few years, I think to say it's a hockey stick is an understatement, especially what's happening at the collegiate level, but also at the professional level with Twitch viewership. You have an event like the League of Legends Finals, which actually has more viewers than the Super Bowl. You're seeing stadiums like the Staples Center, Madison Square Garden, Olympic stadiums throughout the world being sold out for esports events. To put in perspective, and also to give a little bit of a shout out to the ECAC and CEG and the Albany Capital Center and the team behind this event this year, I brought 3 students to the H3 GamerCon last year, 3 students. We had some great conversations with Dan Coonan from the ECAC, and we're really proud to be a part of the event, to see the production quality, to see the jumbotrons and the multiple stages and the thousands of people. We went from 3 students and worked really hard at the university over the summer to where we now have over 100 students on our competitive team. We won multiple championships in our first year. We're a co-ed team of all class years, of all majors. We built a program based on the opportunities and the sort of incubation, the acceleration that this event in particular really helped us to do. And within 2 weeks of our announcement of our program, we had hundreds of students at the university who wanted to participate. So I think you're going to continue to see growth, with what HVCC is doing now with Bob's program. And Bob and I actually met last year at H3 GamerCon for the first time as well. So there's this idea of community, I think, especially right here in the Capital District, that's very, very special with the industry, with the academic partners, with just the energy that we have, and the work we've done at the University of Albany, I think, is really a testament to all of the possibilities that are only going to continue as far as I'm concerned.
Michael, you made a really good point that I'd like to build on a little bit. Is it's beyond the gaming interest, right? So if you have a gaming interest, that's fine. But some of us found our passions in other places, whether it was in journalism, in drama, in production, in any audio visual club that you might be in. Those opportunities are available across college campuses now as well. I know communication departments across the country are now creating shoutcaster programs, and so you're learning behind the camera, in front of the camera. If you have a passion for something, there's a spot for you in esports, and I don't think there's an age where you shouldn't start thinking about the things you like to do and seeing what kind of career you can build off of it.
Yeah, I think that's the name of the game, as you said, the ability to be on camera, the commentary, the off camera, the technical, the considerations of OBS and broadcasting and streaming. There are so many opportunities, the cybersecurity, the networking, the hardware, the software, the content creation. This is just a tremendous opportunity. It is much bigger than gaming and just sports. Absolutely.
Bob, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, we're all, we're colleges or we're high schools, like we're academic environments, and it's like teaching, how to utilize OBS, not just in esports avenue, but in many different avenues, looking at the access. I mean, I'm starting a program at Hudson Valley this year, and everything's online. So getting students, recruiting students is the toughest challenge for me. And a lot of them have no idea because they didn't have esports teams in high school. So when they get to Hudson Valley, they're going there for whatever they're pursuing for their degree, but they don't even know that we have it. So I think, like, as it grows down and we're going to have 12-year-olds realizing, oh, esports, like 99% of colleges have esports. Cool. I can, get better at this craft, or I can do this. And, oh, UAlbany has like an esports program where I can learn the ins and outs of esports. Wow, that's really awesome. So I think just it being broader and having more access but yeah, I think it's just growing and growing. Like you said, hockey stick really doesn't even describe it, to the least.
Michael had mentioned about how he had 3 players and it's grown to over 100, just in a year's time. How are you all getting buy-in from administrators to expand these programs, and has it been a challenge?
Well, I can speak on behalf of Collegiate Sports Management Group. We're partners with the ECAC, the 4-year college governing body for esports, and we're partners with the NJCAA, which is the 2-year college association, and they created NJCAA for esports last year. The NJCAA started with 40 schools last year. They're nearly at 100 this year. So the buy-in has been good at the 2-year level of schools, and the ECAC has grown by 25% since last year as well. So it's an interesting growth. Again, the hockey stick metaphor is a good one. Some administrators, some conference commissioners want nothing to do with esports. And quite frankly, that's very short-sighted, not only on behalf of of themselves, but on behalf of their schools in their conference, because the schools are participating whether they want to do it or not. And why not create that organized structure, that governing body, to make sure it's being played properly and well organized and well structured. So the buy-in is still a work in progress, but what I've seen, again, with our company in the last 12 months has been the buy-in is happening more and less opportunity for pushback. And of course, without traditional sports this fall, there has been a tremendous amount of outreach to say, how do we fill our time? How do we keep our students and our athletes engaged? And that's been a great conversation that we've been having all summer and into the beginning of the fall here.
And the buy-in, I think, is a critical piece of this. So at Bryant Stratton College, what the way we've gotten into it, so our parent organization from an athletic standpoint is the United States Collegiate Athletic Association. So each year the USCAA has their annual convention. And last year, one of the breakout sessions was esports on campuses and how do we get that started. And with the phenomenon of esports, I thought this would be a great breakout session to go to learn a little bit more about it and where it was, where it is, and where it's going. The moderator of the panel is I believe he was the director of athletics at Southern Maine Community College. They made the announcement that they were going to start an esports program, and they were flooded with inquiries and applications just from students that wanted to be a part of this. And in this day and age of higher education, which a lot of smaller schools as we are, where enrollment is a big deal, this would be another avenue where we could drive enrollment in addition to also giving students an opportunity to get their degree while competing in their chosen esports platform. When I brought the information back to our administration and told them of how the growth occurred at a handful of other colleges, it was almost immediate. There was no pushback. There was no questions about, well, how do we do this and how would we go about it? Was, okay, how can we start it? What are the ins and outs of it? And so that was the convention that I attended was in June of last year. As we speak right now, our esports arena is up and running, and we have 10 stations, and we've had a ton of applicants that have interest to compete. And I think it goes hand in hand with what Neil had brought up with right now, traditional on-field, on-court sports they're in a gray area. And so this gives those esports competitors a chance to pursue their degree in addition to their continue to compete in their chosen game.
Yeah, in terms of the buy-in, there's a couple elements here I think that are really important. To both Patrick and Neil's points, esports, Steph Curry has an interest, a financial interest investment in an esports team. The Houston Rockets, the New England Patriots, NBA athletes, NFL athletes, really esports is a crossover. I think they play games, they stream on Twitch, they make investments into esports properties. When the NBA was not playing, ESPN broadcasted Kevin Durant playing NBA 2K on ESPN. There's been NASCAR races, iNASCAR, Tour de France was virtual this year. This was really in the challenging times of what's happening in the world with the pandemic. Esports, in many respects, has been the only sport that's been able to compete. As we know, traditional sports are not able to occur at this time. And so there has been a degree of new perspective, I think, that people have for esports. And there are so many benefits to esports that come from a traditional framework. Being a former student athlete myself, understanding what teamwork is, understanding what leadership is, understanding what looking at your game film and understanding the ins and outs of the game, those things all translate to esports. And in terms of buy-in, we have over 100 students on our team, which also encompass content creators and students interested in social media and all of these areas. But we have over 400 students on our list. So we anticipated maybe 20 to 60 students as our initial team, and we have interest from over 400 just in our first year. Really, I think that speaks to the fact that students are playing games already on campus. They're already gamers, they're playing in the dorms, they're connecting with people all over the world through games. We have multiple clubs on campus, which are run by students as student activities and engagements through our club organization. And then ultimately, the thing I think at our particular university in our scenario is everyone from our president to our vice presidents, our provost, our deans, they understand what's happening globally with games and with esports, and they understand the opportunities in the previous panel today, the panelists spoke about the jobs. They're all hiring, and they're all hiring here in the Capital District. And many of these jobs in STEM and in STEAM, they're very well-paying jobs. They're wonderful career paths. And so our administration has been really visionaries, I think, and leaders in this respect, that they understand how this all works together and is more than just about gaming. It's really about the opportunity for the students, and that's what we're really looking to do, and blend the academic opportunities as well.
Yeah, I think you guys have really pioneered. I mean, we talked, the last HV GamerCon was when we met, and I was, didn't even have a program at Mohan at the time. And then I've started a program, participated in 2 seasons, and now here we are. And, it's very student driven. I mean, I started a Discord for Hudson Valley 2-3 weeks ago, and we have over 50 people now. And it's just constant coming in. Oh, I just heard about it. I just heard about it. And they're just filling out the forms. And, I just think that it's just so student led, it's student driven. Like you said, they're at home, they're playing games anyway. We have 10 games, 10 opportunities per season. Like there's so many teams, there's so many individual opportunities for these students to participate in esports. I just think it's a fantastic offering. The ECAC has a ton of games. The NJCAAE has a ton of games, and it's just a great opportunity for these students to participate. They might have been playing Rocket League forever and not had an opportunity at a high school level, maybe played in tournaments or maybe just played at their house, but now they're having those opportunities while at the academic institutions that they're going to and participating in. And I just think it's an awesome opportunity, and it's just growing.
Bob, since you helped push, the program at Mohanison, I just want to follow up with that thought for a second and ask basically all of you this question, but we'll start with Bob. How important are partnerships with high schools to funnel esports athletes to the colleges, especially here, at the local level?
A big goal of mine, Megan, is to get as many like Section 2 teams as possible. Every year I want that number to grow, and it's tough because I offer 10 games at the college level, and a lot of those games are not necessarily at the high school level, and if they are, they might be HSCL games. But we participated in the Play Versus League that had Rocket League, and it had League of Legends and Smite, and it's tough and challenging to get some teams, especially MOBAs, at a high school level. But I think the more awareness, it's like you said, League of Legends had more people viewing it than the Super Bowl. Like those are the type of games that we can start at a younger age, speaking to the age as well, getting these students to realize that these are opportunities, because a lot of students, they'll just stop playing really early and just, focus on other things. And it's not to say that they need to focus on esports for their whole lives, but it's a really important thing, especially when they like games early, to kind of foster that enjoyment for the games. But I think just at a high school level, I think from a coaching perspective, a lot of coaches or teachers or whoever would be the runner of the club or the team, they don't feel like they have the expertise. I don't have expertise in 10 games. I am not a professional esports coach in 10 games. It just isn't, I'm lucky enough and fortunate enough to have 3 paid assistant coaches under me, which is fantastic. But at the end of the day, I mean, you have to just do it for the kids. You got to do it for the passion of the kids and try to grow the program. And I'm always here. There's always people here to reach out to kind of like show, hey, this is how we paved the way. This is what we did. I think a lot of it is logistical as well, like setting up the games, troubleshooting, not being afraid of, hey, there might be technical issues. There might be issues going on with the game or an update or this or that. Just being able to troubleshoot and be a problem solver, I think, is the best way to drive a high school esports team forward.
And also to build on that with Bob, so one of the former captains on my esports team, and who was also the president of the esports student club, is now working with Bob as one of his assistant coaches. And so we have an articulation agreement. UAlbany has an articulation agreement with students from HVCC once they finish their degree to come study at UAlbany. And we're exploring the possibility, wow, could we also bring students who are on Bob's esports team over to UAlbany to finish up their undergraduate degree and join our esports team? So I think collaborations and the idea of building community is very important. We would also love, we had some plans this summer to offer some summer camps and some opportunities to collaborate with some of the schools to bring them to our arena and to engage and interact with our students. And as we all know, that wasn't possible. But in the future, we hope to have, in-person events like HV GamerCon, where you literally have thousands of students and families and people in the community and industry professionals, everybody getting together for a weekend of not only competitive gaming, but also learning and panels and opportunities to, kind of really plug into this industry and these opportunities and see what it's all about. And just from that one event from last year, so many wonderful things have, as I said, really been kickstarted for what we're doing with esports and gaming. And those collaborations, I think collaboration, and it's kind of silly to say, but teamwork, right? Here we are in sports. Teamwork is the name of the game. There's no question. This is, as Bob said, he runs 10 games, we run 8 or 9 games. I have some students who are internationally ranked. They are like the top 10, the top 20 in the world at the game they play. It's documented in their leaderboards, and they are literally the best, some of the best in the world. The perspective of coaching, for me, they know that game so well, and they know those opportunities within that game, and they are literally the expert in that game. So then the idea of coaching is really the idea of mentorship, and it's the idea of the overall supporting the student, not only in his abilities within the game, but also in the classroom and within his entire student experience. But it's the idea of setting the tone and developing the leadership opportunities within our students, and really the idea of teamwork and working together, I think, is what it's all about.
Again, to extend a little bit on what Bob and Michael just said, that pathway from high school to junior college to college, that pipeline is really something we're starting to see again with our associations with the NJCAA and the ECAC, and starting at the high school esports league relationship. That pipeline is really important. I think parents especially need to now understand what that pipeline really means. I'm at a recruiting day for Caldwell University, and parents will come up to me and say, "So you're telling me my child is going to sit around and play video games all day?" And so I tell them, well, yes, they are when they're not in class, because that's what they do. But in the classroom, they're not playing video games. I'm teaching them the business of esports. At Caldwell, we have a 4-year major esports business administration that teaches the billion-dollar industry of esports. But for some students, they can't start off at a 4-year school. So maybe they start off at a 2-year school, and with articulation programs, you get those credits transferred to that 4-year school where you can finish your degree. And more importantly now, that pipeline is extending outside of college. At Collegiate Sports Management Group, we have interns from schools around the region: SUNY Canton, Syracuse, St. John's, Caldwell, that were esport players, gamers, students that are now interning. So that becomes that added piece to the pipeline: high school, junior college, 4-year college, and then a job. And that's the answer that the parents want to hear. And so when you talk about buy-in, Megan, and I know that's where we started here, the buy-in has to be campus-wide, right? The students have already bought in. They want to play games. So you have to figure out the administration side of it, not just the athletic side, but the presidents, the chancellors, the academic deans, and make this buy-in from the campus perspective as opposed to one department. And to me, the 3 R's of education are no longer reading, writing, and arithmetic. It's about recruitment, it's about revenue, and it's about retention. And esports brings all of those to all college campuses if it's done holistically across the campus as opposed to 1 or 2 small departments.
What should students look for in a college esports program, and what really differentiates the top programs that are offered?
Well, are you asking from an academic perspective or from a gaming perspective? Because again, depending on the school, you could have the choice of both. So again, at Caldwell University, from an academic perspective, we're looking and recruiting students that have, you know, a good, solid educational background, right? That are doing well in high school. We don't want students coming here again thinking they're just playing video games all day. We want them to be well-rounded students and gamers, very similar to student athletes, if you think about it from that perspective. So that's one of the first things we look at. I mentioned it a few times. We look at character. We want to make sure that we're bringing in the right people that fit within the mission of our school. You know, we're a small liberal arts Catholic school in North Jersey. So, you know, we have a mission of service and giving back, and that's very important to us. But that's what you're going to see from any student that's looking to be admitted at our school, is that well-rounded student athlete, someone who cares about the society and wants to give back and serve and be part of a team. Those are the things we look at for sure.
And from an enrollment perspective, to piggyback off of Neil's statement there is, as we all know that we're in education, every student learns differently, and every student has a backstory. At Bryant Stratton College, we have a very, very small enrollment, and a great number of our students are first-generation college kids. So maybe they need to, and again, even and taking it further, Neil, like I didn't know that Caldwell had an esports business program. So we have associate degree programs at Bryant Stratton where a student can come in and maybe they're a brilliant gamer and they're not ready, as previously stated, for a 4-year college. So they can come to Bryant Stratton and grow up a little bit, but also continue in the game and get their associate degree. And now as they want to move on to their next stop and earn their bachelor's, well, in conversations with those students, they tell me that something along the lines of what Caldwell offers. And now, having learned that myself now, I can tell that student, hey, that sounds very similar to what Caldwell offers. Have you thought about Caldwell College? Is it called college or university? It's Caldwell
University now,
right?
Yes.
I know years ago it was Caldwell College.
That's correct.
But now we can have that conversation with that student and say, okay, you've matured, you've done some things well in the classroom, and now that collaboration can go where he or she can continue to game, but also go to that next step and earn their bachelor's in their chosen field. So I think that's a really big deal in terms of recruiting at the college level. Is characters a part of it, but every student's different. And when we can get to the essence of what that student is about and what they're looking for, and eventually what they're going to become, because we're not looking at who they are today. As coaches, we try to pull the best out of them and what they're going to be, 2, 5, 10, 20 years from now. So I think that the recruitment piece is a big part of it, but also looking at each individual student on their own merit and helping steer them at times to maybe places that they didn't think that they could be able to go.
Yeah, it's like you said, Michael, it's, the mentorship aspect of it. Like I'm getting a lot of student athletes who have never played competitive esports ever. And I feel, that's normally they'll play soccer when they're 5 years old and play in travel leagues and then go play in college. These are kids that are students that are 19, 18 years old that have played Fortnite for a couple of years or played Madden since they were young and stuff like that, but they've never had that like team aspect, and it's hard sometimes because, if you play Madden for me and you play CSGO, you might not really interact, but it's also trying to build that community, hey, you're a part of something bigger than yourself right now. And I think that's the biggest thing, like you said, you start small, you've started with how many students, and now it's grown 2, 3, 10, 20, 30 times, 100 times what it was, when I saw you last time. And I just think it just keeps growing and growing. But it's like you said, it's those little words that you hear when you're in kindergarten, you know, teamwork, sportsmanship, you know, and digital citizenship, and, you know, business management, and like just every little thing that grows as you get older. I think it's just, there's a reason why esports and gaming is the like that is the biggest business globally. You know, there's a reason why there's more money funneled into gaming than ever before. So I just think the opportunities are endless, and it's amazing as we keep harping on like how much it's growing and the importance of it. But
Yeah, I think from the perspective of a program, I mean, everything that Neil and Patrick and Bob have said, you know, esports is sort of like, we're in the position where sometimes, I don't know if we all found this, but we have to explain, what is esports? What is that? Is that like, you know,
what's
is
the
that
practice
kids
look
in the
like?
right? What is
Yeah.
so now, like collegiate esports are now starting to become a thing. As we said, ECAC, when we joined last year, was at 20 some schools. They were at 60 plus schools last year, and I think they're projecting to be around 100 schools. There is going to be a time where every school and every college has an esports program. And so that'll be an interesting evolution of where things go as well. For me, one of the biggest components is professionalism. Students have, just like our traditional student athletes, we have expectations. We have a code of conduct. We have a priority to focus on academics. We were the school with the leading number of students on the ECAC all academic team this year at over 40 students, which we're incredibly proud of. It's not just, as Neil mentioned, playing video games all day. It's not, you know, inappropriate toxic behavior or language. We expect student athletes who represent the university, who wear a professional jersey, to really think about that opportunity to, you know, to understand that privilege and that opportunity to represent the university or the school in organized competition. You don't win all the games. You like to win them all, you know, but that's not the case. So we are going to win some, we are going to lose some. As Bob mentions, it's about sportsmanship, digital citizenship, and understanding, you know, how social media plays into things. It's really kind of, I think, Megan, back to your question of what do high school students or what do students look to in a program, and from our comments today and everything that we're sharing, I think, you know, we really understand all of those different components, and esports will continue to evolve. But I think that's what we're all shooting for, is I guess what I'm trying to say at the end of the day.
You know, we've seen a lot of pro athletes, traditional athletes playing, you know, online, whether Fortnite or whatever the case might be. There's a lot of cross-pollination, in other words. So how do you support the traditional athlete who grew up, you know, maybe playing baseball, football, hockey, swimming, softball, whatever the case might be, basketball? How do you support the traditional athlete in esports?
Again, it's you know, the pathway is theirs, right? So traditional sport athletes, you know, the percentage of them being able to play professionally in traditional sports is very small, and the same situation is going to happen with esports. So you know, as far as that cross pollination, I like it. I like the fact that Steph Curry is playing. Our company just made a partnership with the NFL Alumni Association, and you know, Amon Green, a tremendously talented, great running back for the Green Bay Packers, is the head coach of the esports team at Lakeland University. So that cross pollination, I think, is fantastic, because as I think Michael mentioned it, there's that element of sports that you learn that helps build that character that you're going to need and wherever your future is going to be. Time management, discipline, teamwork, sacrifice. Whether you're an esports player or a traditional sport player, those values are going to really serve you well wherever your career and wherever your path takes you. So the more cross-pollination, I think, the better. And quite frankly, I think, you know, the traditional sport athlete playing on an esports team and vice versa, I think that's fantastic. I think it only helps the schools grow their esport programs. You know, the student athletes are a little more recognizable right now, but I would tell you in 5 years, it's going to be the reverse. And I love on our campus when the esport players are walking around with their jerseys the same way the football players are. So Cross-pollination, I think, is great. I think anytime you can engage different groups of students, I think is a tremendous thing. And if more traditional sport athletes like the Amon Greens, the Brock Marines of the world, if they continue to showcase that they're playing esports, it's going to become more and more mainstream. And that's certainly not a bad thing at all.
Yeah, I would say competitiveness, respect, all those things, cross-pollinate in that respect. When I was a soccer coach in high school, I had multiple FIFA tournaments. I just think, when you watch Sergio Aguero, one of the best soccer players in the world, streaming on Twitch, like how many professional athletes have Twitch channels that you can go watch? I think just it's so, it doesn't mean a soccer player has to play FIFA or a football player has to play Madden or, Steph Curry has to play basketball or NBA. I just think the competitiveness, I think the respect for your opponent, and there's so much translates, and everyone says, why is it called esports? It's not a sport. You're not an athlete. And it's just like funny to me because it's like, it is like, it really is. And you see all these all these athletes professionally playing esports. And to me, it's funny and I love to see it. And it really grows esports as well as their sport as well.
Bob, it's funny you mentioned that. The first assignment my intro to sport management, my intro to esport management class has is to, I asked them the question, is esports a sport? And you'll be surprised that in the sport management class, it tends towards the no, and in the esport class, it tends towards the yes. But it's a great question, and certainly many, many research papers trying to answer that specific query.
Yeah, we have a big roundtable discussion in my class. I open it up to the whole class. I say, is esports a sport? And I really play into this whole element. We go from, is basketball a sport, is football a sport? And then we start to go into sports. You're looking at gross motor and fine motor, but then you're looking at sports like golf, like NASCAR, like archery, cross-country skiing, or, and you look at all really you look at the wide perspective of sports. And my hope is that it opens our perspective and opens our mind up. I'm an advocate. You don't have to. You don't have to go very far to see that I'm very invested in the idea of our teamwork, knowing the maps in the game, knowing the strategies, the intelligence. I watch a lot of basketball. It's probably the traditional sport I enjoy watching most. They talk about the basketball IQ. So what does that really mean, the basketball IQ? I mean, you may have someone who's 7 foot tall and they're athletically very strong, but the basketball IQ, the idea of being able to make the plays, the idea of, I think there's a Wayne Gretzky quote of skating to where the puck is going to be, right? That's sort of behind the scenes of just throwing a ball or swinging a bat. There is so much really rich opportunity and information within esports. Yes, you might be just using your thumbs or a mouse and a keyboard, but there is absolutely a degree of athleticism and of intelligence and understanding to play at the highest level. It's just, you won't be able to play at the highest level if you don't understand all those elements. So traditional athletes, I think they bring a lot to the table, and diversity and inclusion. We have international students, we have out-of-state students, we have students from every major on campus in all class years. So to Neil's point about cross-pollination, our community of students, our 100+ students, we are better because of our diversity and the fact we have all different perspectives. We have students who played football, we have students who build their own PCs, but let's all get in a game together and let's work towards playing at the high level and let's see what we can do. So I think it's only a positive benefit.
I also think that that esports is the great equalizer too. So it doesn't matter how many pounds you can bench press. It doesn't matter how fast you are. In basketball, you can't teach height, right? But in esports, none of that matters. It doesn't matter what gender you are. It doesn't matter what language you speak, and it doesn't matter what your body type is. So again, from that cross-pollination, that engagement piece, at Caldwell, we're very, diversity is very important to us. We have international students, and it's important that they're engaged in these activities, and esports has been a great way to do that. And I think you're going to see that at the high school level, the 2-year college level, and the 4-year level, certainly as it continues to grow.
We do have a question from a Facebook viewer wanting to know, and this is directed for our coaches on the panel, how did you get involved in esports? In other words, what was your background and what was the route that you took to get where you are today?
Well, this will be brief. I can start it for myself. I don't have a background in esports. My background essentially is the video games that I played throughout high school and college. But again, as I said, a lot earlier, is what it looks like now and what it looked like way back when are two completely different things. But what I know is, having watched my son and his friends and some of the teams that I've coached over the course of time, their integration with video gaming and their just passion for it, it was an eye opener. And further, as I said, when I went to that convention last year and I saw the interest that it sparked, it was an easy decision for me to bring the thought and the idea of esports to our campus and our administration. They were all in. So it's I'm learning as I go, the games and the terminology, the interaction that I've had thus far. I can't speak the language of an esports gamer yet, but I'm eager to continue to learn.
When I met Michael at HV GamerCon, I would say that's what sparked the creation of the Mahonison program. One of my administrators, Mr. Vaca, he was a huge proponent of esports as well. And we just kind of was like, we see it at other schools and other states, and it exists, and this is real. And UAlbany has a program, and St. Rose is starting a program. Like, we're doing this, and we just were like, what do we have to do? And it was just, let's talk to IT. What league can we get in? And let's just keep pushing and pushing and pushing. And we just kept doing it. And, from somebody who's played games his whole life and, good, but never like professional level, I've always had an interest in it. And I've been coaching, tennis and soccer and track for the past 4 or 5 years. I was like, how can I translate the skills that I've acquired over those 4 or 5 years and kind of translate that into the esports realm? And just the opportunities at the higher level and seeing what exists and wanting to have and create feeder programs at a younger level, and knowing that if I start something at Mahonison, that Guilderland and Shaker and Shen, they're going to start it too, because Mahonison can't be the only ones with an esports program. And I just think seeing that and watching the paving the way that Michael and others have done. And it's about 7 or 8 years ago, I went to, we have PD as teachers, and at Troy High, they upgraded a lot of their equipment, and they had a PD, and it was specifically for technology and education in the classroom. And Dr. Haswell, who's the coach at Boise State, was there presenting. This was way before esports was even really a thing. And he presented, and it was like one of the most amazing presentations about gamification in the classroom. And I was like, wow, this is really interesting. And I've just kind of like stayed in touch with him and kind of like followed up. And this past year, he won the National Head Coach of the Year of the NAC. And I was just so impressed. But just seeing his transition in the past like 8 years, and now what the Boise State program is for esports, and knowing that I was just a starting young teacher, and he was just teaching me how to gamify my classroom, my health classroom, and now seeing what he's accomplished at Boise State, I think between seeing what Michael has done at UAlbany and what that's done recently, and then knowing and what other states have done at a high school level, I was like, let's do this. Let's see what I can do. And then I applied to Hudson Valley, and that's my story, and I'm sticking to
it. I think like Bob also, I've been a lifelong gamer. Students ask me very they say, Professor Lazinski, are you a gamer? And I've been playing, I can't even tell you how long I've been playing games. I tell them I've been playing games before you were born, whether it means going to the arcades at Crossgates Mall or Colony Center Mall as a kid and putting quarters into a machine, which they don't have any concept of, or playing Coleco and Atari, or we're playing Pong. I could speak about that all day. So I'm a gamer. I played a lot of in college, played a lot of Madden, played a lot of Mario Kart, played a lot of Bond, Nintendo 64. Games have a really special place, I think, in our lives for those who have played games, over the years. And so very authentically, that is a big part of my life. My world is about technology and emerging technology specifically. So the classes I teach at, we look at augmented reality, we look at mixed reality, virtual reality, we look at what's going on globally with social media, what's going on with the internet. In our makerspace, in our drone lab, really we're looking to provide our students with hands-on opportunities in these fields. So it was a no-brainer that we understand the global perspective. We see the opportunities for careers and jobs. I'm very invested in student engagement and really developing the idea of students being invested and being proud to be a part of their college experience. I'm also a proud graduate of the University of Albany, and I'm from the area and I live in the area. And so I'm all in on this idea of we need to provide our students with these opportunities. Let's put the jersey on. Let's go out there for Albany, and let's be involved in this global opportunity. So I've been very invested and very passionate, and to come back to the idea of collaboration, we've got a great team who understands that at the university, and they bring a lot to the table as well. And so it's really just a win. I think it's a win for everybody. It's a win for our students. It's a win for the community. It's a win for industry. And once again, HV GamerCon has really been a great Kickstarter for a lot of that here in the region in just the first year since last year and now into this year. It's going to be really exciting to see, where things go.
Esports scholarships, are we there yet? And how many of you are offering esports scholarships now?
I know at Caldwell University, we have that built into the admissions process now. Again, at a Division II school, there is a combination of athletic and academic scholarship. And so you're starting to see that in esports as well.
We are also there at Bryant Stratton College. Because it's a brand new program, I think it certainly helps, because cost of attendance at the collegiate level is a reality for everyone. So to be able to help students defer their cost or to lessen their cost to attend, we do offer athletic scholarships to those students.
We personally don't. Our goal would be to get those student scholarships to grow them as players over the 2 years at the junior college level, and then hopefully they can get a scholarship. That's why, a big reason we're doing that articulation agreement, just to have, a spot on your team and things like that at UAlbany. But I think it's more growing the players and then kind of seeing what they do with that 2 years at Hudson Valley to see what do they want to become. Are they just doing it because they played Smash and they really like the game? Or are they doing it because they're very serious and they want to be at a college that does offer a scholarship on Overwatch and find a role or whatever the game is?
Yeah, and at the moment we do not have scholarships, although we're very much looking towards that direction as schools across the country are. We really it's amazing to think how much has just happened in 1 year. So really 1 year in, we're hopefully building that infrastructure to be able to recruit obviously the students who are not only top tier and top level performers in esports, but students in general through all the variety of programs that we offer. One of our teams actually this year won a national scholarship offered by Riot Games, the publisher of League of Legends, and so we were a part of, with the ECAC, the College League of Legends tournament, which is kind of like a March Madness style bracket. It's colleges across the country. And we were very fortunate. I'm very proud to share that we were undefeated. We were 8-0, and we won the ECAC championship. Unfortunately, COVID interrupted the national bracket. If we had continued to win through that bracket, we potentially would have flown out to Los Angeles to compete in the championship games. This is a tournament sponsored by State Farm and traditional big sponsors that sponsor the biggest corporations in the world that sponsor this tournament. And there's scholarships and there's support, in excess of $4 million for this particular game. So our students actually were able to win some scholarships by being the conference champion and by being undefeated. And that helped them pay for their textbooks. That helped them defray some of the costs of going to school. And they won that on a merit base, which was really exciting. So I think we are going to continue to see both merit scholarships for competition as well as for your abilities and your academic performance. And we definitely want to make sure we're in line with where the industry is going and support our students ultimately as well.
Yeah, Michael, that's a great point. And students that want to help with their costs, their tuition costs, should start looking for ways outside the school to find that help. Varsity Esports Foundation, founded by Bubba Gaddard out in Kansas City, they offer scholarships. eFuse, I mentioned earlier today, they offer scholarships. So if you do your homework and you become more involved in the esports communities, you're going to find that there's available scholarship monies, that you can apply for. And again, even if it's to save some money on textbooks or, to cover some of your travel costs to and from home to go to school, every little bit helps.
We have about 5 minutes left here. All 5 of my kids have played sports, whether rec or travel. So I know what practice and training looks like. So I do have to ask this because it was brought up during the discussion earlier. What does training look like? What does it involve?
I can speak. Personally, it depends. I mean, if we're talking at a high school level and we're talking at a college level, at a high school level, it might be 1 or 2 days a week, depending on the game. If the game is a team game, that might be a video review of how, tactics. It might be working on individual players. It might be, if it's a 5 or 6 person game, it might be 3v3s, 2v3s, different, ways to organize how you're playing. At a collegiate level, it's very game by game basis. You would practice differently with Madden than you would with Overwatch, than you would probably with CSGO and things like that. It might be scrimmaging with other colleges. It might be, it's not just play is basically the theme. It's not just, oh, let's just go play. It's actually active, reviewing of what you do. You wouldn't just practice soccer by scrimmaging every team in the area. You actually set up sequences and things. Hey, what would we do if this happened? What are we doing if this happened? Oh, this happened last game. Well, how are we going to defend against this? Oh, okay. And then maybe reviewing, scouting, seeing what other teams do, or if it's an individual, what does that individual do? What does the playbook they use look like in Madden? So that's why, when you have 10 video game opportunities, like it can get extremely complicated, because if I said you need to learn football, tennis, soccer, rugby, and you're just like, what? Like, I need to know all of these, and then you just need to know all the rule books. So it's like, it's a lot to take in. And that's why I think a lot of coaches and stuff are, overwhelmed. But I think it's really just about knowing what thing you can improve on next. You don't want to eat the whole, what's the quote, eating too much, more than you can chew, right? It's like, you want to just bite size, like, oh, I can get this person a little bit better here. The team can do this a little bit better, so just kind of taking it in stride. So,
another aspect to that too, Bob, is these games, for example, a game like Fortnite, they have new updates to the game. In some cases, they might update the game overnight.
Yep.
And so you practice a particular way, and then all of a sudden the map updates, the rules update in terms of the strength of certain abilities. And so these games are real-time games. A game like basketball, you pretty much got your rules for the season, and it's pretty straightforward, and there's no major changes, like we've added a third hoop, or there's a 4-point line, or and the clock is. And so you have to really consider too, from an esports perspective, new patches. The games evolve in real time, and that is a whole extra, whole nother level to all of the things that Bob mentioned. Those are all considerations, but they're really dynamic games, which is kind of a mind-blowing idea to really think about that. So that's another element of practice, knowing those maps, knowing what's happening in the game, knowing the strategies, and being able to incorporate them as well.
Any other final thoughts, comments, just on the expansion of esports?
Well, I'd like to throw this out. Really, like the esports offering and the growth of it is tremendous where it is today. Where it'll be a year from now, 5 years from now, I can only begin to fathom. But ultimately, as we're talking about these students that are transitioning from Mohan or any other high school going to the collegiate level, this is ultimately about helping the students grow and ultimately having them earn their degree and having them go into whatever it is that they choose to do, whether they are talented enough and skilled enough to become a professional gamer or a developer, or maybe once they graduate that, their gaming days in terms of a competitive standpoint are over. But, ultimately the structures are in place. I'm certain at Caldwell, I'm certain at UAlbany and at Hudson Valley, and for us as well at Bryant Stratton, that the support services are there for the students to better themselves and to ultimately get their degree and then go on to do whatever it is that they choose to do.
I'll just close by saying I love the growth of esports from a social perspective. I love the fact that the students are now coming out of their dorm rooms or hiding in the back of the library, and they're actually engaged across the campus. I think that aspect of esports to me has been the biggest eye opener, and to see, as I mentioned, that student athlete for the esports team walking around with their jersey. And I remember last year when Caldwell qualified for the playoffs and everybody was watching because it was part of our culture now. It's part of our Caldwell community. So I really love that aspect of esports, of bringing maybe that disenfranchised student in high school that doesn't know what they want to do with their careers, but now they have an opportunity. They can go to a 2-year school, they can learn some specific skills in a certain area, play, game a little bit, and then maybe take it to a 4-year school. So I think the growth academically is amazing. And I think the opportunity for those that may not have thought they had a place for something of their interest now, I think that's a tremendous thing that esports is doing.
And one key takeaway for me that I've learned during this conversation is it might not be a bad thing that my 13-year-old son is playing Fortnite and Madden in his bedroom or basement. So I appreciate all of your expertise here today. Neil, Bob, Patrick, Michael, thank you so much for talking to us about esports and the expansion happening here in the Capital Region and across New York State. Certainly appreciate it. There is more to come on HV GamerCon 2020. We have one final panel at 2 o'clock sponsored by Brave Performance. And the topic of this final panel is the mindfulness and safety of the gamer. Physical ailments common for gamers, staying safe online, and dealing with trolls and bullies. Stay tuned, more to come. Thank you so much again.
Everybody.
Video Game Crosstalk is the monthly podcast of gamers talking tech, science, and whatever else comes to mind. Episodes available now on your favorite podcast listening service.
2019 was an amazing year for eFuse. Now, not only did we launch the eFuse beta to nearly 25,000 individuals in less than a month, but many of you provided amazing feedback.
We have heard this feedback, and we are rapidly acting on it to build the product this community wants and needs.
It's clear to us how talented, strong, skilled, and supportive you are, and it's our job to give you the very best.
However, we want to do more than provide the best product. We also want to provide the best opportunities.
With that said, we couldn't be more eager to announce the hashtag For the Gamers campaign. The hashtag FTG campaign will span 52 weeks, with each week featuring a new incredibly talented influencer giving away a scholarship.
52 weeks, 52 influencers, 52 life-changing opportunities.
From professional and collegiate teams to brands and companies that impact us daily, and even nonprofits who pave the way for giving back and building a positive community.
eFuse will have a heavy focus on giving these organizations all the resources necessary to provide life-changing opportunities and recruit the best talent for their organizations all throughout 2020.
From live events to the largest eSport virtual internship fair, these are just a couple of the life-changing opportunities in our pipeline.
Whether you're a pro, a casual gamer, or anything in between, eFuse is committed to growing the platform and providing opportunities for everyone.
eFuse is now open to the world.
Do you want to play college sports but don't want to be far from home? Women and men, take a look at the Bryant and Stratton Bobcats, the area's most dynamic college athletic program. Soccer, basketball, baseball, and now esports. Yes, esports. Join the hunt.
Everything changes.
Over the edge, feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling fearless. Exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I want to take it all. Standing tall, fear outweighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
trying to protect your soul.
Video Game Crosstalk is the monthly podcast of gamers talking tech, science, and whatever else comes to mind. Episodes available now on your favorite podcast listening service.
2019 was an amazing year for eFuse. Now, not only did we launch the eFuse beta to nearly 25,000 individuals in less than a month, but many of you provided amazing feedback.
We have heard this feedback, and we are rapidly acting on it to build the product this community wants and needs.
It's clear to us how talented, strong, skilled, and supportive you are, and it's our job to give you the very best.
However, we want to do more than provide the best product. We also want to provide the best opportunities.
With that said, we couldn't be more eager to announce the hashtag For the Gamers campaign. The hashtag FTG campaign will span 52 weeks, with each week featuring a new incredibly talented influencer giving away a scholarship.
52 weeks, 52 influencers, 52 life-changing opportunities.
From professional and collegiate teams to brands and companies that impact us daily, and even nonprofits who pave the way for giving back and building a positive community.
eFuse will have a heavy focus on giving these organizations all the resources necessary to provide life-changing opportunities and recruit the best talent for their organizations all throughout 2020.
From live events to the largest esport virtual internship fair, these are just a couple of the life-changing opportunities in our pipeline.
Whether you're a pro, a casual gamer, or anything in between, eFuse is committed to growing the platform and providing opportunities for everyone.
eFuse is now open to the world.
Do you want to play college sports but don't want to be far from home? Women and men, take a look at the Bryant and Stratton Bobcats, the area's most dynamic college athletic program. Soccer, basketball, baseball, and now esports. Yes, esports. Join the hunt.
Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
Video Game Crosstalk is the monthly podcast of gamers talking tech, science, and whatever else comes to mind. Episodes available now on your favorite podcast listening service.
2019 was an amazing year for eFuse. Now, not only did we launch the eFuse beta to nearly 25,000 individuals in less than a month, but many of you provided amazing feedback.
We have heard this feedback, and we are rapidly acting on it to build the product this community wants and needs.
It's clear to us how talented, strong, skilled, and supportive you are, and it's our job to give you the very best.
However, we want to do more than provide the best product. We also want to provide the best opportunities.
With that said, we couldn't be more eager to announce the hashtag For the Gamers campaign. The hashtag FTG campaign will span 52 weeks, with each week featuring a new incredibly talented influencer giving away a scholarship.
52 weeks, 52 influencers, 52 life-changing opportunities.
From professional and collegiate teams to brands and companies that impact us daily, and even nonprofits who pave the way for giving back and building a positive community.
eFuse will have a heavy focus on giving these organizations all the resources necessary to provide life-changing opportunities and recruit the best talent for their organizations all throughout 2020.
From live events to the largest eSport virtual internship fair, these are just a couple of the life-changing opportunities in our pipeline.
Whether you're a pro, a casual gamer, or anything in between, eFuse is committed to growing the platform and providing opportunities for everyone.
eFuse is now open to the world.
Do you want to play college sports but don't want to be far from home? Women and men, take a look at the Bryant and Stratton Bobcats, the area's most dynamic college athletic program. Soccer, basketball, baseball, and now esports. Yes, esports. Join the hunt.
Welcome back to HB GamerCon 2020. I'm Megan Baker, live from the Albany Capitol Center. We have our final panel discussion today based on the mindfulness and safety of the gamer. We're going to be looking at the physical and mental health ailments common for gamers, staying safe online, what you can do, and then dealing with trolls and bullies. So I want to take a moment to introduce our panelists. We have Dr. Denny Stone, who has created Brave Performance, Brain Endurance Training, BET. He's also the sponsor of today's panel discussion. Landon Dumar from Art of Mind, and then last but not least, Gabriel Friedlander of Wiser. So I wanted to first welcome all three of you, and we thank you and appreciate the time spent in educating us on this very important topic today. We're going to start with Denny. If you can tell us a little bit about Brave Performance and what it is and how it was developed and why.
Brain Performance is a neurologically based training tool for enhanced sports performance in all sports. Basically, we're the trainer of the mind and brain, obviously most used in esports. We're kind of the trainers of the neck up. In the past panel, we saw some of the training that was developed that they use in today's esports, where they're held to just playing and scrimmaging and practicing, and there's no really drills or exercise to enhance their working memory, their sustained attention, their hand-eye coordination, their reflexes in order to enhance their skills, much like we do in other traditional sports. Obviously, there's a physical component to the other sports, a lot more than there is in esports, but still sports performance, neurological performance, the ability to fend off mental fatigue, which the research says is the demise of sports performance. My background is as a chiropractor. We worked with kids with ADD and ADHD in neurodevelopmental delays. And I started to see that in youth development, there's a neurological foundation necessary to develop skill sets in the different sports. And then it became quite apparent that looking at esports as being essentially a brain sport, how applicable these training tools would be to the esport athlete. And they are athletes.
If you can, tell us exactly how it works. Like, what kind of feedback do you get from this?
I'm sorry, the video froze on me.
What kind of feedback do you get, from this tool?
So it's a mobile application. We have an initial assessment that's all done on a mobile application. Data capture from the assessment tools that we're able to analyze and graph, so we can keep track of the ongoing training sessions, the amount of program successes and failures and weaknesses and strengths. So there's a constant monitoring of the athlete as they continue to train to enhance their skill set in their specific sport. So it's quite a value, not only for the athlete or their coach or their team to look at real data and analytics, which is so popular in today's sports arena. But going back to the last panel, from a recruitment standpoint, when you're looking at the talent pool that you have to potentially recruit an athlete to play for your team, we can supply, the analytics and data to see, just how really good they are. And is there room for improvement? Are they as good as they are? And can they get better? It also gives the feedback to the athlete, as we were talking earlier, with regards to the competitiveness of the sport and the growth of the sport being just under $1 billion in revenue last year. The competition of the high school and the youth athlete to get into a college or a program, along with the stresses of that. And I think Landon's going to talk about the mindfulness and stresses of the pressures of competitive athletics, and obviously trying to get into any type of college on a sports scholarship is getting greater and greater.
And I will direct this to Landon, if you will, founder of Art of Mind, director of integration at RPM Athlete Performance, and co-founder of RPM Esports. Exactly what it is that you do and why is it important to today's discussion?
Yeah, so I work with individuals, teams, and organizations to help them to understand what holistic and integrated training and performance looks like, to enhance the health, wellness, and performance of the performers that reside within their system environment. And so my background, I worked in youth mental health for 5 or 6 years before coming back and getting my master's degree in counseling with a focus on athletic counseling and clinical mental health counseling. And so I've worked with athletes and performers in over a dozen different areas, from esports to business, then to really almost any sport you can name. more recently, I've really come into seeing esports as such a ripe and exciting environment to work in because number one, I think on the gamer side, they have language and terms to understand complex mental ideas that many other athletes don't have. This idea of tilt, of understanding that I can become emotionally off balance as I'm performing, and that's going to impact me. And this idea of metas, that there's belief systems that exist within the esports landscape that don't necessarily hold true. Some of these terms that the esport gamers have and language really helps me to have very interesting conversations with them. And from, I think, a youth development perspective, because youth sports has these already pre-existing structures within them of starting in as a 6-year-old playing soccer and working your way up, and that the esports landscape is so changing and evolving, as Denny sort of mentioned, that I'm really excited by the opportunity to help bring in innovative ideas and systems from best practices from sports and into an environment where they're very open-minded and looking to do innovative pieces and kind of find that mesh.
Gabriel, you founded Wiser, and we all know that with increased esports and expansion and popularity, that cyberbullying is also an issue. So, tell us why this mission and the reasoning behind Get Wiser, why it's so important today.
Sure. So, if you think about crime in general, it has moved online. It doesn't make economic sense for many criminals to, be offline, use a gun, where you can be anonymous and you can basically scale. Online crime scales fast. You can hit tons of people. So we're seeing a huge shift of crime moving from offline to online. And the thing is that it doesn't come natural to most of us, because with offline crime, we'll probably avoid walking in a dark, at night, in a dark, shady place. But in online, we don't have that. Our instincts, we cannot read body language. It's hard for us to basically understand the situation unless we get educated about this. We tend to trust when we get an email, when we get a notification. So we trust companies by default, we trust people, and cyber criminals are basically exploiting our emotions. It's not really a technical thing. It's more, if you see, most of the biggest crimes start with social engineering. So it's basically fooling us. That's all it is. They can make us transfer money. They can make us get accepted to a fake job and give all our information voluntarily. So without proper training, honestly, it's almost impossible for the average person, even for the trained person, to avoid getting scammed or hit by cyber criminals. And kids are the most vulnerable, by the way. If you think about identity theft, kids have no historical records. So cyber criminals are willing to pay more money for identity of kids because they can build on top of that. They would probably not be aware of that until they open a bank account or until the age of 18. So they are using those identities because they won't use their own, right? Cyber criminals won't use their own identity to do crime. So they have to use someone's identity. So they will take those identities and build on top of that. So parents need to be aware of that, and they need to teach their kids the same way we teach our kids to cross the road safely. I think it's time to teach our kids how to be safe online in the virtual traffic that is going on. So Wiser, for me, it's something that I'm very passionate about. That's why I'm also happy that I had this opportunity to talk here, because it's awareness at a level that I think should be sort of like a basic human skill at this stage where we live.
I'm going to, I have a question for Denny pertaining to, this training. And it's important because, we were talking earlier about what type of training is being done on college campuses for esports and for athletes in general. So how often should esports athletes train?
Well, that's a good question. And the customization of the workout is one of the key parts of what we do, is making sure that the mental load of the training sessions is enough that we're pushing the brain hard for growth, just as what we do in a physical aspect in a traditional gym, but also making sure that we're not creating any burnout or fatigue. So that's the pearl of our program, is we're able to see by capturing the data from session to session if we're maximizing the training sessions with the athlete or not. Are they working hard enough? Are they not working? We can see if they've missed a training session or not. So the constant real-time monitoring of the athlete allows us to schedule 2 times a week, 3 times a week with the athlete to make sure they're maximizing their abilities without causing any further harm from overuse, and like Landon said, with mental fatigue and stress. As we've all mentioned, we're talking about, the youth development of brain, and making sure that brain is mature, and make sure that brain can understand not only how to they're doing in a low stress environment, but also be aware what's out there from the negative aspects of being online. So it's unique to the athlete. As far as the customization that we do off the initial baseline on how often and how long they will train per week.
Landon, this next question is for you. As Denny teed that up, talking about, burnout, what are signs to be aware of?
Sure. I think for a gamer or for a parent or
for a gamer, and then I'm going to ask follow up to that for the parent. Like, what can I watch for signs of my son or my daughters who are gamers? But the first one, I'll let you go ahead and answer that as far as a gamer is concerned.
Yeah, I think, one of the main things is, are you losing the joy or love for what you're doing? Like, I think achievement is such I think the difficulty with gaming specifically is there's so much data, and you're constantly getting ranked. You're getting told, here's where your rank is, and you'll know down to like an exact person where you stand. And it's really interesting and cool to see. But the challenge is what we see with many athletes, and this applies just as much to esports, but there's an increased level of intensity in a lot of ways with esports, is that knowing your results comes with potentially focusing on them much more. And when you're, we want to encourage intrinsic motivation, meaning as opposed to extrinsic, being motivated by things that come outside of us. We feel joy, we feel love, we feel passion, we feel flow when we're doing it for the love of it. And when we get fixated on the results, when we get fixated on, oh, I'm trying to get out of gold, I'm trying to get out of plat, I'm trying to get out of this, and I win a few games, and then I lose a game, and then we get caught up in this spin cycle of focusing on the results. And so that's a really, and we lose that passion and love because we don't have control. The ultimate reality is we don't have a lot of control over the results. In gaming, they're getting random queued with these other gamers, and the algorithms are made in a lot of ways to not necessarily allow you to progress very quickly. They're this constant balancing algorithm within the game. And so the more as a gamer we're getting pulled out of ourselves of why we're doing it and what motivates us and what is more within our control, which is how we play, how we show up, our attitude, our mindset, all of those, and more focused on all my teammates, the random people I'm getting played with. They're, like I get frustrated by them. I get frustrated my rank isn't moving up. That's usually a sign of that we're not really focusing on the things that are most meaningful to us, and all of those external pressures. And so that then what does the behavioral signs look like? It's you start to feel more depressed. You lose a passion for the things that you used to enjoy. You might notice usually like sleep is one of those things that when we're struggling with something, sleep is like almost affected no matter what's going on. Your sleep starts to be affected. Your appetite might be affected and things like that. You might start to experience some depression-like symptoms. Anxiety might be really come up, but ultimately, if you're not really feeling a lot of motivation, joy, passion, like that's a really good sign that you're probably getting burnt out.
Thank you for that. Gabriel, how do we educate our kids on cyberbullying and just the overall cybersecurity when they're, on these consoles playing?
Sure. So to follow up what just said, it's all about emotions, right? So if I'm a cyber criminal, I'm going to exploit emotions. So if there's something bad happening and somebody's chatting with me and they're saying, look at what somebody said about you, or look at this, and they're sending me links, or they're offering me cheats, how to maybe progress quickly in the game, or there's, like I said, there's so many emotions going on in the game. And if I'm a cyber criminal, I'm going to exploit them. And I'm going to try to make somebody click on a link, share information, or do anything. So first of all, understanding that is very important. Understanding that somebody may exploit our emotions. So the first thing that I say is, if anybody's asking us to do anything, click on a link, share information, it's usually in a rush. So take 5 minutes, go do something else, come back. Not when you chat every time, because it doesn't make sense to, respond after 5 minutes for every chat request. But whenever there is something that I need to do, that's the reason people say I'll sleep over it. I'll come back with a fresh mind. Then the second thing is, and then you can come back and your emotions have settled and you can figure out if it makes sense to do that or not. The second thing is, don't trust anyone. I know that it's a hard thing to say, but really online, you have to verify who you're talking to. You just can't. You can't trust people by default, especially we're talking about strangers. All these people are strangers, and those cyber criminals have time. It's totally fine for them to build a relationship even over a month, so they can chit chat. It really depends on, at the end of the day, what will I get out of it? So the fact that I know somebody, remember, you don't really know them. So verify who you're talking with. That's crucial. Don't download all type of, for example, if you're being offered free V-Bucks for Fortnite, for example. These are all these cheats. Don't. There's no free meals. If it's too good to be true, it's not true. This is like number one thing. Nobody loves you on the internet to be, nobody's just out there giving you stuff for free. There's always a reason and behind that. They're not just trying to help you. So don't download all these apps that offer you free stuff, because what usually happens, you have to sign up. Many people will use I'm assuming, first of all, it could be a malware, but let's say it's not a malware. Let's say you just sign up. If you use the same email and password that you use for other apps, then now those cyber criminals have your password. The second thing, if it's an app on the mobile phone, it can access your contact list, photos, a lot of stuff, and pull that information. Some of those apps will require to verify that you're a human, and they will ask you to fill a survey. And you will need to give your street address, a lot of information. So without knowing, you're actually voluntarily giving so much information about you that can be used against you later. So if you're a kid, it can be used to steal your identity. If you're an adult, it can be used to maybe unlock some of your accounts, because some of the secret questions that you answer when you're signing up for a service provider like AT&T or whatever, that information can be those secret questions that you have to answer to reset your password. That information can be within all that information that you voluntarily provided. So if the application in general, keep the conversation, first of all, within the app, within the game. Don't give your phone, your WhatsApp, anything like that. Don't take the conversation outside the game, because usually those games have some monitoring aspects to them. So they can protect you, but it's much better to have the conversation going on within the game versus outside the game. So don't take the conversation outside. That's very important. If you have things, if the app allows something called two-factor authentication, where it's not only the password that is used to log in, they also send you like a code or something. So that way, even if somebody steals your password, they won't be able to log into your account. It's very frustrating if your account gets hacked, even if it's just a game. You worked hard, you invested in it, right? You invested in that game, in all those points and everything. So taking over your account is really frustrating. And we see that a lot. A lot of game accounts are being sold or resold. And we can see on Discord, there's like, I can talk an hour about this, just this alone. But I would say take the time, think before you click. Don't trust anyone, even if it looks real. You don't know those people. Don't take the chat out of the platform. Use two-factor authentication. If you do that, you're in a much better place in terms of communicating with other people.
Denny, are you working with local high schools and colleges to implement Brave Performance and to help them utilize it from a training aspect? And if so, what does this collaboration look like for you?
We haven't reached out to any of the local colleges and high schools with regard to this programs. We do work with traditional athletes in the traditional sports. But in doing that, that's when we started to see such a need for training tools and enhancing skill sets for esports specifically. So that's something that we'll be looking at in the fall. You know, obviously COVID has kind of inhibited a lot of our growth over this most recent 6 months as far as reaching out to colleges and high schools to see if we could assist in their training protocols and hopefully make their athletes even better than they are right now.
Landon, the diet of a gamer isn't great. You know, there's a lot of energy drinks out there. I'm not going to mention any, you know, pizza, you name it. How important is proper sleep, number one, nutrition and exercise when it comes to an esports athlete? Or doesn't even have to be an esports athlete, but any gamer, whether it's a young kid to an adult?
Yeah, I think we, I mentioned this earlier, but I think we forget and sometimes don't totally have the awareness of how much traditional sport the system, like in the revving up from youth to collegiate and adult professional, supports the learning in all of these different areas. So at RPM, we have 5 pillars of performance: mind, body, skill, nutrition, and recovery. And that we help our athletes to learn and develop in all of these aspects. And, you know, what we're seeing in the professional level and the collegiate level to some extent in esports is, and this does relate to the everyday gamer, is that they're coming in there without, yes, not really understanding the importance of nutrition, not understanding necessarily the importance of sleep, not understanding how to train their bodies, take care of their bodies in a general sense. But they also lack a lot of oftentimes social skills of learning conflict resolution, teamwork skills, because they've been competing in a virtual environment and now they're competing and interacting with people in an in-person capacity. And usually a lot of them were the best people in their social group online and gaming. So if they didn't get along with someone, they just were like, oh, you're out, like, see you later. So they didn't have to, they weren't forced to, as our kids do, as all of us that grew up through youth sports. You're on your team. You can't just be like, I don't get along with him. It's like, no, you have to work out these skills, and you've learned to do it at multiple different levels of escalating sort of environments. They come without a lot of professional environment skills. This might be the first time they've had a serious job, or, you know, those things too. So there's a whole spectrum of skills that gamers are not getting exposed to, because we're still developing out this process where it's kind of moving down from professional, and now the collegiate system's really building out, and now the high school system's starting to emerge, and all of these processes. And that esports as an industry is just, and gaming in general, has grown so quickly. And so how is it, I think all of these aspects are really important. And I think it's really valuable and important for parents to think about, how do I, this is what's important to my kid. How do I help to provide these support structures for my child in a different way? Because they're going to keep gaming and this is really important to them. And I need to recognize, how can I provide some of this support for them, because the systems and structures aren't in place yet. And so that's why programs like Denny and myself and others are valuable, because the industry as a whole hasn't really figured all of this stuff out, even at the professional level in a lot of ways. And so this is really valuable and important for a parent to support their child, or for just a gamer who wants to learn and understand these pieces, because they all impact performance. If you can't get along with your teammates on the stage or whatever, like, it's going to impact it just as much as how much sleep you had last night, also just as much as how many energy drinks you pounded, just as much as where your burnout level is, just as much as if you're like just not taking care of your body, getting exercise. All of these things impact them and need to be considered. And so having someone to help have these facilitative conversations, this is really what a lot of my work is let's step back and have bird's eye conversation. That this is what holistic is. You're a whole person. We need to step back. I use the metaphor of a puzzle, and that when you go to build a puzzle, you step back and look at all the pieces first. Even if you have a very specific goal, even if you're trying to get 10 pounds on your bench press, or you're trying to move up from gold to plat in League of Legends, we need to start with the holistic perspective and see all the puzzle pieces. Then how do we sort them into different categories? That's why we use the 5 pillars at RPM, but we can use different systems. And then integration is this idea of when we go to put the pieces together, when we change one piece, we impact how all the other pieces fit together. And so there's not as much of these conversations having in traditional sports and in esports. There's a lot of over specialization. There's so much focus in esports on the technical side of the game, the technical, the tactical, the hand-eye micro movements, and all of these pieces. Those are absolutely important. But we also have to take the step back and see this holistic perspective, and then we can go back in and go deep. And this is that idea of moving in and out that I really focus to help with everyone that I'm working with, whether they're an individual, whether they're a team, whether they're an organization, is being able to dual process, having both of these perspectives. Here's our goals, but we also can zoom back out and then refine what that goal is and how we impact it.
I'm not sure how much any of you can really comment too much in depth just on the physical side of injury associated with gaming, but maybe there is something that you can lend some information to, just about some of the injuries that are cropping up, such as tennis elbow and some wrist injuries and so on and so forth. And then what do you do? Like, what is proper exercise for that in training?
Well, I think what you're doing is you're seeing a lot of what we call your repetitive motion injuries. I mean, you have prolonged sitting, so you need core strength. Obviously, esport athletes aren't really being tested in the 40-yard dash or their strength in their deadlift. It's sitting at a chair, but we have to appreciate the ability to sit for prolonged periods of time. And then we have to appreciate how the strength of the shoulder girdle and neck and upper back has to be stable for them to constantly being and using their gross and fine motor skills of the upper extremity. And going back to the last panel, and a lot of what Landon talked about is we have to appreciate that the esport athlete is an athlete. And I know that's a redundant statement, but recuperation, nutrition, hydration, physical exercise. I mean, we're talking about intense competitive environments and high cognitive demands for long periods of time. That's going to encourage mental and physical fatigue. 5 must be the number, because BRAVE is actually an acronym for breath, reflexes, attention, vision, and endurance. And that's the pillars that we work with here. But I think that at the end of the day, the newness of the industry and the exponential growth of the industry is we're leaving behind the human component and the athletic need and the physical and mental demands of the athlete, though there isn't, again, a 40-yard dash or a deadlift. So it makes it harder. You can tell when your kids get off the ball field or the court that they're physically tired. Mental fatigue is tough to see, and a lot of times it comes out in behavior. Be astute to and attentive to the behavior. So the parents, they're not going to see you sweating in a chair, gaming. And I think that's important of what Landon is doing is educating people and understanding where they are in a mental state, because I could say more than anything, this is going to create a lot of burnout. There's a lot of cognitive load, a lot of stress to the brain, both in game and outside of game. What the industry is going to put on today's esport athlete from a competitiveness. Gabriel talked about the competitions, what they're seeing, being able to be aware of not only how to play the game and where it can take them from a career, but being scammed and identity theft and all the negative aspects that can be online. So I think the industry, like Landon said, there are some holes in today's industry that I think the three of us that can start to plug. And I don't think it's really an ignorance on the industry, other than the exponential growth is you can't dot all your I's and cross all your T's.
Let me ask you this. One of the things that we talked about in the last panel was just the cross-pollination of traditional sports with esports. And you're seeing like a lot of overlap now. Does that increase chances of burnout because you have the physical component with the traditional sports, and then obviously the mental component too, and then the mental with the esports?
I think the biggest issue in the last panel when we talked about the cross-pollination is exactly what Landon and I are talking about, is that the traditional sport athlete has drills, has exercises. They mentioned Steph Curry being a player. Steph Curry gets a 3-point shot by practicing 3-point shots, not necessarily constantly playing games. So I think it's difficult for the traditional athlete to come over because practice. They're used to having drills and exercises to enhance their skill set for their sport, where right now this is lacking in the esport industry. So I think they may become a little bit more frustrating because there's not a go-to outside gaming for them to enhance their skills. What drills am I doing? How do I get better? I constantly get beat. I'm down on the rankings. I haven't made it to platinum. How do I do that? I've been playing every day for 5 hours a day, which is going to, the pros will tell you that's being a zombie in front of the computer is not the proper training.
Gabriel, if a child is being threatened online, what do you suggest are the steps that the parent should take?
So first of all, I think it's important for starting with the kid. Not all the kids will come to their parents and inform them about that, which is, I think, this is where the problem starts. So I think it's important also before that for the parents to talk with the kids and let them know that the kids can always talk to them no matter what. I won't punish you. I, give them that comfort that the kids know that they can come and talk to the parents. That's crucial. Without that, kids may feel that they have done wrong. They may be embarrassed. Some of those threats can be sextortions, for example. So some kids may just feel uncomfortable to talk to their parents. So I think that's very important. The second thing is to understand that there are victims. So kids need to understand that there's nothing to be embarrassed. It can happen to an adult. It can happen to them. It can happen to anyone. You're a victim here. So no matter what happens, talk to your parents. For the parents, there are different type of organizations But I would start with, first of all, looking at the communication, understanding the threat, train yourself as well, because most of those threats are just unrealistic. It's just a bluff. I would say 99% of them, it's a bluff. If they had something on you, they would have already used it. So it's really about, if you don't know what to do at all and you still believe that, I would maybe go to the school and talk with counsel over there, with the teachers, or if you have somebody that from cybersecurity or an IT person, or even to the police, depends on how, sometimes you have to go to the police. There are very, very, because kids are being exploited to a point that it's, I don't want to even open it right now, but definitely if you're not sure, go to the police. That's what I would suggest.
Back to Landon, are there any general health tips that you can suggest for kids who tend to play games maybe for long periods of time when they're sitting idle?
Yeah. Take some breaks and stand up, I think, is the most simple one. It's, I think in what's coming up in listening to all of this, and for parents and for gamers, is this is unexplored territory. This is a new type of performance, a new type of sort of social phenomenon that we're learning and catching up with. But we know some of the unique aspects of it, and we can make correlations to other industries, and we can learn. But for parents, they didn't grow up doing this. So for parents, I think having curiosity and trying to learn and build a conversation with their kids where they're actually trying to learn, I think that's really a lot of towards Gabriel's point of how, because it's like cyberbullying is also a really big thing, and burnout, and just might, they might be struggling. Like, what is it like to be in this world? Because they're spending hours and hours and hours in it every day. And if you don't have any connection with your kid, and you don't know that world at all, how are you going to help them and support them? Like, how are you going to do that? How? You didn't grow up with this. Like, you don't really have anything that you can compare this to. And so recognizing how these games are constructed, and a lot of them, I see a lot of gamers that it's so, again, to manipulate your behavior, they're encouraged to re-queue up into another game immediately. It's like, oh, game's over, re-queue, right? Like, it wants to keep you playing. And so there's nothing good or bad about that. It's just recognizing what it's designed to do, and then what's helpful or unhelpful for you. And you need to create your own behaviors around this to help modulate to that aspect. So just before you re-queue into another game, just stand up and just like move for a second, like just get some blood flowing through your body, maybe get a drink of water, get a quick snack, something, and then you can re-queue into another game, because it's designed. These are, the challenge with all of this is it's designed to create these habits. And when when we're cued into a habit, our brain literally turns off during the routine of that habit. And it's, so how can we design and it's this mindfulness, this intentionality. Can we bring more present intentional action to what we're doing? And it's just little small changes. A lot of what I talk about, a lot of what I do, it's not complex. It's not super big. It's really, really simple, and just really being more present. And it's not easy. That's the challenge. Is the answers are really simple. The application is really challenging. And so how can we just help encourage minor behavioral shifts? And so the things you're talking about, it's not complicated. It's just having some water nearby you. It's getting up and standing up after every, League of Legends matches, 20 to 30 minutes. Just pop up and stand up for 5 minutes and then go back into a game, as opposed to playing for 6 or 7 hours straight without getting up at all. But that's the way the game is going to want you to do that. So if that's not helping and serving your body, then it's up to you to recognize that, to build your awareness around it, and to make a shift. And for parents to support their kids in doing that, because they don't know the world they're in is the world they grew up in, right? Like, they don't know it as any different either, right? So they're in their world is just emerging and evolving. And so as a parent, how can you help learn what's going on? Because for a parent, it'll be immediately obvious. And then it's how can you be curious and support them to recognize, hey, this is awesome that this is important to you and that you're excited about this. Let's make sure that this is like serving you also, right? Like that's that balance of support and accountability.
Well,
I want to add to this something
ahead, yes,
because I
please.
think it's important. So, we tend to see our kids very technology advanced. That's how parents see their kids, but they're emotionally behind. So it's very important to remember that because they look savvy and they know all this technology. And for some parents, they feel even, proud that their kids, it's good, but you always have to remember that they are emotionally behind. They don't think like adults. And as parents, even if we know nothing about technology, we can still talk about trust, about a lot of things with our kids to help them, be safe. And the sooner, and when kids have this trust in their parents that they know what they're talking about and they can come to them, we can solve this when it's, when it's small, before the kid starts to respond and actually send pictures and photos or whatever. So it's really important that interaction with the parent and to have this continuous discussion all the time. It's not just a one-time thing. I'm going to talk to you and then go play. It has to be part of our, sometimes dinner discussions, in general, online safety.
Will we see a heavier investment into ensuring the well-being of gamers in the future? If so, what do you all think that will look like?
I think, right now, the mindset of a lot of people is that why would anyone attack me? Like I'm too small, I have really nothing to lose. So that's the mindset that people are right now in, and they're totally wrong because they're not specifically targeted many times. I usually say cyber criminals think like marketers. They're blasting emails, they're blasting messages, and sort of when people respond, they become opportunities, and then they become a target. Everyone has something. If it's in the business world, we have ransomware. We can lock them out. We can embarrass them. We can threaten them. Some scams go to the point where they threaten to kill the entire family. We see that with elderly people and also with young kids. Like there's really no emotions there. They will do whatever it takes. So I think people are starting to understand that more. And I really hope that, first of all, in the school system, we're going to see more education around safety, online safety. I think it's crucial for this generation, not just to talk about don't talk to strangers, because it's not applicable to the world we live in. It's, how do we actually deal with this? Not, no, don't talk to strangers. Yeah, I would like that to happen, but it's almost impossible to make that happen. And then from app developers, it's very embarrassing, honestly. We see big apps getting breached all the time. So I do see some enhancements in that aspect where security is more baked into the apps, and app developers understand that if they don't keep their data secure from a privacy regulation or from just general public, from a brand reputation, I think, brand reputation is probably the one thing that most of these vendors care mostly about, because when they get breached, people stop using their apps in many cases. So hopefully we'll see a change in the school system and also with game developers. So I think cybersecurity is very, very important. If you're a game developer today, you have to bake it in, you have to make it by design.
Landon, this question's for you. How can gamers benefit from meditation?
No matter what we do in life, no matter how successful we are, no matter how much we achieve, no matter how much money we make, difficulty is always going to be presented to us. And it'll be different difficulty no matter what it's happening. So I could become, I could reach Grandmaster in my game and stuff like that. And my difficulty might shift to, I need to maintain this rank. My difficulty might shift to, everybody's trying to become friends with me now, but it doesn't feel authentic. My difficulty could be, I have all of this pressure and expectation to uphold. It could be that I thought I wanted this, and now that I have it, I really recognize none of the other thing. I've sacrificed so much that I don't have anything meaningful in my life, right? So we have this idea and belief and narrative in our society that we're taught. One of the stories is that, money, fame, all these other pieces will make us feel whole. And the reality is difficulty is always going to be present. And with difficulty usually comes difficult thoughts and difficult emotions and difficult sensations. And so if we can accept that difficulty is always going to be here in our lives, what meditation helps us to do is to recognize the stories, recognize thoughts, recognize difficult emotions, and as opposed to trying to get rid of them, that we can learn to relate to them in a different way, and that we can allow them to be there, but then still focus our effort and attention on who we want to be as a person, as a player, as a human, as a gamer, whatever it is, right? And so really this idea of meditation is turning into our internal experience, because we believe our answers are out here, but that a lot of times it's really in here, because this is where our thoughts live. This is where our emotions live. This is where our sensations live. And those are the things that color our experience. And so meditation is this process of learning to relate to our internal experience in a different way. And that will lead to the joy. That will lead to the meaning, the purpose, the passion, all of those pieces, not the things out here, not the money, not the rank, not the I'm with this team, not the friends, not the all of those other pieces.
Denny, this question's for you. Can you overtrain for esports? And if so, what are the repercussions on that?
Yeah, certainly you can overtrain for any sport. And everything we've talked about so far has been, the consequences of the brain being under fatigue, under stress, lack of mental resilience. So you certainly can overtrain the brain to the point of fatigue, to the point of emotional escape, everything Landon was just talking about. And I think that's why, with the multifaceted approach in esports, like in every other sport, when we look at our top athletes, they have a multifaceted approach to their overall health, their humanity per se. I mean, let's face it, we're talking about human performance here, the ability to handle stress but build to reduce stress and the stress of life and the stress of gaming is very, very important. And that's why in our system, we get to monitor the ongoing results of training sessions, whereas we have our finger on that pulse. If someone's overtraining, we can monitor that. We can change scheduling, along with parental input. Behavior changes, any changes in school or behavior at home, overall life performance. So I think Gabriel and Landon said that, parents are part of this. I mean, we're talking about a youth athlete, a little bit different than my generation. We weren't exposed to the world. We went to a local field or court, and that's where we played our sports with our friends. And there's a lot of exposure today. And I think just like any other sport, the fact that you don't have to bring your children to a ball field or a court, that they can go in their room and perform the e-sport or compete, doesn't mean that the parent should be removed from the process. So I think the monitoring aspect of training, like in every other sport, is very important. I mean, we're all subject to injury, more importantly with the e-sport, because we are training brain. So we got to be more astute to emotional changes, potential loss of interest in school and in friendships and social isolation. It's important, and it's an important component to managing today's athlete.
Are there tactics that all of you could recommend that kids can learn to communicate correctly while playing online? Anyone want to take that?
Communicate correctly. What does that what do
Well,
you mean by
I'll
that?
give you an example. I have a 13-year-old who plays, and sometimes you hear him screaming, at the at the screen from his bedroom. So, and it just, are there certain things that they should be doing? Being mindful of just how they're acting out, and I think that goes, with burnout and fatigue and everything. But I didn't know if there were some tactics and some advice that you all could recommend.
I can field this to start. I believe that the best performers have a deep intuitive sense of what works best for them. And that is what gives them confidence and efficacy and autonomy and in the performance realm, that they have, this is what works for me, this is what doesn't work for me. And so if we can put down the frame of correct or good and bad, because those are those are the shoulds, those are the things we should be doing, and instead focus on ourselves, what's helpful versus unhelpful. And so to me, it comes down starting from this frame in a very, very simple way of, again, the lens with which you view yourself, the way in which you view all of your experience. Is this serving me or is this not serving me? Is yelling at the screen helping me to perform the way that I want to perform, or is it not? And can I sit with that and reflect? And if it isn't serving me, if it is, then great, I can keep doing this. If it's not, what is the part that isn't? Can I tease that out? And what would I like to shift? And so it's really just looking, and we get caught up in sports, and so many athletes and performers get told what to do. Put your head down, do your job. This is the right way, this is the wrong way. And the reality is, I don't believe any high performing people do what they should do. They do what works for them. They find their own answers. And so can we encourage from the very beginning this idea of that our children and that gamers in general are able to find their own solutions, and that encouraging them to engage in that process of learning as opposed to get caught up in the stories of the shoulds. And so and to engage in conversation of like, oh, I noticed you're yelling at the screen and stuff. Is that helping you? Like, what does that do for you? What's coming up? And usually it's because like, I'm getting really frustrated. Okay, how are you working with that? Is the screaming helping? Does that help you with your teammates? Do they respond well when you yell at them? Like, having these conversations, and it's not about it being right or wrong or here's what you should do or things like that. We're creating space to have conversations of, is this helpful or not? And that's the learning process. Like, we're all engaged in this. We're all figuring things out. Nobody has the answers. So that's, I guess, my quick response to that is having a dialogue and thinking in that way, whether you're having a dialogue with yourself or as a parent having a dialogue with a child. The gamers, like, we can have these conversations with ourselves as well.
I would add to that, as parents, we have to remember, conversations, it doesn't matter if it's virtual or physical, be respectful. So we should teach our kids that when you're on virtual, you have to keep those same habits of being respectful to others. I hope, the more people do that, the less bullying and other things, because sometimes people feel that when they're anonymized. And by the way, there's really no anonymous. Like, if people think they can be anonymous all the time, I'm telling you, like, we can track anyone. So kids need to understand you're not really anonymous online as much as you think. So first of all, be respectful. I think it's really important. And as parents, we have to be curious about what they're doing. Ask them questions. Just like you said, when you go to sports, you take them to baseball or whatever. And in the virtual world, ask them questions, be curious, because if you want them to talk to you if they are in trouble, and not with a random stranger online to start sharing all their feelings. Just imagine as a parent, if somebody contacts you as a parent and tells you everything about your kids, what they're going through, and they can threaten you, and they just suddenly know more about your kid than you. So just be mindful of that. Your kid should be respectful, and also be curious, have those conversations, meaningful conversations. Don't threaten them all the time, and know about what's going on with them.
We have about 5 minutes left, 4 minutes left with today's discussion. Thought I'd end it on this because I'd love to have all of your opinions on what is the correct amount of time that kids should be spending playing games.
The $64,000 question.
It is.
Landon had mentioned earlier about prolonged gaming. We're made to move. Movement is critical to our humanity. So sitting in a chair, whether that's a desk at work or at a gaming station, is not really conducive. Now, what do the studies say as far as, what is the appropriate time? I mean, that can be different for everybody. I think age is a critical factor to that, and I would say as long as there's balance, we have to have movement. From a neurodevelopmental standpoint, movement drives the brain. And, that's some of the comorbidities of today's younger generation with the neurodevelopmental delays, is that they lost a sense of movement. Kids aren't playing outside and developing just skills in movement patterns and tripping and falling anymore. So it's a difficult one as long as there's balance. I mean, moderation is key, just as long as, you're looking at all aspects. I mean, you wouldn't ignore that the way you wouldn't ignore nutrition and hydration.
Landon, final thoughts?
Yeah. I don't think there are any shoulds. Like I kind of said in my last statement, I don't believe in that idea that there's these one size fit all answers for anyone. I think it's about what I think if we're talking about a relationship with parents and gamers is being curious, looking to understand and support them in what is important to them. And also it's a negotiation. It's kind of a continual process of coming open and being willing and flexible. Everything I do is about balance, right? It's just it's just going to look like a different type of balance. We don't understand what this new world is like. It's totally different. And we can either hold on to old stories and narratives about everything and the way the world works because that's the way we grew up and all of that, or we can be flexible and open and curious to new possibilities while also recognizing that we have valuable perspectives and things to offer, and to negotiate and navigate this new way together with that curiosity and connection. And, what's most important is about, I care about you as a human, and, my role is here as a parent, is to support you in your growth and development. And also I care, and that includes what you care about and what's important to you. And let's figure out how to find a healthy balance for all of this, and how, the things that I feel like are going to be really supportive for you and the things that you really care about. Can we navigate this? Because we don't know what we're doing. Nobody else has grown up with this type of phenomenon, and let's navigate this together, as opposed to, being so authoritative in sort of approach.
Gabriel, you've got about a minute left. Final thoughts.
Sure. So, I think they said it, it's about balance. But I would say also as a parent, you have to be a role model. If you're on your phone all day long and it's hard to tell your kids, don't be on the phone all day long, or don't play where you are on this all day long. And also offer your kids other things to do, because if they're used to be on, gaming on, just tell them, go do something else. It's hard for them, right? Other kids are playing games. So, talk to them, do stuff, do activities with them. And then I think you can get to sort of a balance of, computer skills and offline skills as well.
Valuable insight all three of you provided this afternoon. Thank you so much. Thank you to our sponsor, Brave Performance, to Dr. Denny Stone, Landon Dumore, Gabriel Friedlander. We certainly appreciate your expertise and taking the time to discuss these topics with us this afternoon. Thank you for tuning in to today's panels. Good luck to those competing in this weekend's tournaments. Details to come on HV GamerCon 2021, slated for April, when hopefully we will resume in-person competition. Thank you and enjoy the weekend.
Thank you.
Video Game Crosstalk is the monthly podcast of gamers talking tech, science, and whatever else comes to mind. Episodes available now on your favorite podcast listening service.
2019 was an amazing year for eFuse. Now, not only did we launch the eFuse beta to nearly 25,000 individuals in less than a month, but many of you provided amazing feedback.
We have heard this feedback, and we are rapidly acting on it to build the product this community wants and needs.
It's clear to us how talented, strong, skilled, and supportive you are, and it's our job to give you the very best.
However, we want to do more than provide the best product. We also want to provide the best opportunities.
With that said, we couldn't be more eager to announce the hashtag For the Gamers campaign. The hashtag FTG campaign will span 52 weeks, with each week featuring a new incredibly talented influencer giving away a scholarship.
52 weeks, 52 influencers, 52 life-changing opportunities.
From professional and collegiate teams to brands and companies that impact us daily, and even nonprofits who pave the way for giving back and building a positive community.
eFuse will have a heavy focus on giving these organizations all the resources necessary to provide life-changing opportunities and recruit the best talent for their organizations all throughout 2020.
From live events to the largest eSport virtual internship fair, these are just a couple of the life-changing opportunities in our pipeline.
Whether you're a pro, a casual gamer, or anything in between, eFuse is committed to growing the platform and providing opportunities for everyone.
eFuse is now open to the world.
Do you want to play college sports but don't want to be far from home? Women and men, take a look at the Bryant and Stratton Bobcats, the area's most dynamic college athletic program. Soccer, basketball, baseball, and now esports. Yes, esports. Join the hunt.